Another packed house here at Citizens Bank Park at an awfully nice night for a ball game here in Philadelphia. The New York Mets and the Philadelphia Phillies Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell. You know, it's always a rivalry when a New York team and a Philadelphia team get together. Dan Shulman, Bobby Valentine, and Oral Hershiser. No difference, of course, between the Mets and Phillies, no matter who's up and who's down. The fan bases of these two teams love to see them go at it. So far this weekend, advantage Philadelphia Phillies, as they have taken the first two games of this series. On Friday, it was all about the Thunder. Ryan Howard with not one but two home runs in this game. The second one, a grand slam. He drives in 6 runs on the night of the Phillies pummel the Mets by a score of 10-3. Yesterday, they beat him a different way. Roy Halladay shut him down, going the distance on a 7-hitter. As the Phillies beat the Mets 2-1, so they win the first 2 games of the series. In Oral, it's not going to get much easier tonight for the New York Mets. There's another former Cy Young Award winner on the mound tonight in Cliff Lee.
2008 Cy Young, 2-time All-Star strike-throwing machine, and he will come at you, and it'll get over in a hurry. How is he successful? Because he commands the baseball with all his pitches. The repertoire is very deep, but especially the fastball. You talk to Cliff, it all comes off the fastball. The fastball command of hitting the target. Then the changeup that he can keep on the outside part of the plate to the righties, and the cut fastball that really is devastating, and the curveball that comes down and is a hammer. He commands them all, he controls them all, and he comes right at you. It gets over in a hurry.
The New York Mets had actually won 6 in a row before the last 3 days. Now they've lost 3 in a row, but their new manager, Terry Collins, seems to have brought a lot of energy, a lot of passion to a team in his first year as the Mets manager. Now they're just 11-16, but you get a good vibe when you're in the clubhouse and you talk to Terry Collins about where this team is headed. But we all know if they're going to be headed in the right direction, they need energy, health, and production from Jose Reyes.
Exactly, Dan. And this is a guy who's won a Silver Slugger bat. He's been a base-stealing champ for 3 years. He's been an all-star for 2 years. But he needs to do all of those things. He needs to get on base. He needs to ignite. He needs to score runs. He needs to be healthy. And if, in fact, he is healthy for this entire year, it would bode very well for the New York Mets. Terry Collins loves what Jose brings to the game.
They've got Reyes. They've got Wright. They've got Beltran. They've got Bay. They've got most of their big hitters healthy in the lineup right now. So that is a positive sign for the New York Mets to have the healthy guys, to have those guys healthy and in the lineup right now, including, as we mentioned, Jason Bay, who is standing by with a Buster Olney.
Jason, tonight you face Cliff Lee. What's your challenge? What's your plan of attack?
I mean, Cliff's a lot like Roy Halladay. Throws a lot of strikes, you know, and yesterday we went up basically hacking right from the get-go. You look at his numbers, doesn't walk a lot of guys, and he's throwing quality strikes too. So, I mean, you can't really be up there taking to take because, you know, he's throwing strikes. You got to be ready right from the first pitch.
What's it like for you to hit in this park?
A lot different than our ballpark, that's for sure. But I think the biggest thing is you try not to let the park factor really, you know, make it what you're doing different. Because when you do that, you know, you get out of your game plan. So, you know, hopefully those balls at Citi Field, they don't go out here. But with their pitching staff, it's tough.
Jason, thanks. Now with the Phillies, Wendy next.
Buster, thank you. I'm here with Cole Hemmels. Cole, you have a front row seat. What, in your words, makes Cliff Lee so dynamic?
You know, he works quick. I think anytime you're able to work quick and throw strikes, you know, keeps everybody in the game. But, you know, at the same time, I can just sit back and watch and, you know, be a fan just because he is. He's a phenomenal pitcher to watch. And, you know what, he's going to give you something spectacular to see.
Given this extraordinary staff, how much do each of you feed off the other's success?
You know, just we like to go out and win, and knowing that each one of us can go out and you know, throw a 9-inning shutout any day of the week, you know, it just kind of gives us that confidence that, you know, you can learn something from them, at the same time you can just take whatever you can and just kind of see them pitch. And I think you know, when you're able to pitch with the best guys, you feel like you're capable of being better.
Cole, thank you. Dan?
Wendy, thanks very much. Also coming up tonight, we'll take an in-depth look at one of the most outstanding rotations we have seen in baseball in a long, long time, the Philadelphia Phillies. Also around the majors, including the latest on Andre Ethier's hit streak, and a look at the Mets' future. Who's going to remain a Met for the entire 2011 Major League season? Here in Philadelphia, left-hander Cliff Lee leaving the bullpen and getting ready to go. The Phillies and the Mets are coming up next.
summer began exactly 235 years ago. They gathered in Philadelphia to declare to the world a bold new truth. All men are created equal. But now they declare here another truth. Some men are more equal than others.
And welcome back to Citizens Bank Park here in Philadelphia as we get you set for the final game of the series between the New York Mets and the Philadelphia Phillies. With the Phillies looking to complete a 3-game sweep. The Phillies with the best record in the National League right now, entering the game tonight at 18-8. You can follow Buster Olney and Wendy Nix on Twitter. Also like us on Facebook at facebook.com/ESPN Baseball Tonight. The exchange of the lineup cards at home plate tonight, or near home plate, as we get you set for the ball game tonight. Let's take a look now at the New York Mets starting lineup, brought to you by Taco Bell. Top third of the order: Jose Reyes, Justin Turner getting a start at second base tonight with a left-hander over the mound, David Wright at third base. In the middle of the lineup, healthy, playing every day right now, is Carlos Beltran. Jason Bay is back in the lineup as well. Ike Davis having a strong start to the season. Ronnie Paulino gets his first start of the year for the Mets, dealing with a number of health issues in the first month of the season. Scott Hairston in center field, and then Chris Young, the Princeton grad, is on the mound for the Mets tonight. So that is the lineup that will be facing one of the toughest pitchers in all of baseball, Mr. Hershiser, Cliff Lee.
Coming off his last outing, he had 12 strikeouts but had 2 home runs. So he's walking a fine line right now, but he will throw strikes. His strike percent is 71.3. Leads the National League, and you can see in 2011 he is near the top, and his compadre in the third hole, Roy Halladay, right up there pounding the strike zone with him.
Now, one thing all these Phillies pitchers are used to is throwing to Carlos Ruiz, but Ruiz is out with some back trouble right now. As we show you the defense, Ibanez, Victorino, Francisco, left to right. In the outfield, on the left side of the infield, Polanco and Rollins. Pete Orr at second base. Of course, Chase Utley's still out. Ryan Howard at first. No Carlos Ruiz tonight, Bobby. Brian Schneider behind the plate.
Yeah, Schneider's back there. They'll be working together, Lee and Schneider. But you could run on this combination. And I think if Reyes is on base, he'll try to do just that.
Ready to go here in Philadelphia. Jose Reyes steps in for the Mets, the switch-hitting shortstop. Hitting .308, and he has once again become an igniter for this Mets offense. Getting on base, finding the gaps, stealing bases. The fastball from Lee misses up and away for ball one, and we are underway here in Philadelphia. The Phillies at 18-8, the Mets at 11-16. Count 1-1 on Reyes. Big topic of discussion in New York. So many things are big topics of discussion in New York, but Reyes is in the last year of his contract. Will the Mets try to re-sign him? Will they try to trade him this year if they're not contending? And they don't look like a contender right now. What is the future for Jose Reyes?
Well, I think he has a bright future wherever he is next year. The Mets' new front office is really big on base percentage, and Jose isn't a 380 or 390 on base percentage guy. And there's been some questions on his durability. The last couple of years he's been injured with different ailments, Dan.
So many questions surrounding this Met team. We'll explore them over the course of the evening, with Carlos Beltran being in the final year of his contract. Francisco Rodriguez potentially, depending on the number of games he finishes, being in the final year of his contract. That's a fair ball down the left field line. And Reyes gets the Mets started in grand fashion with a leadoff double here in the top of the first.
Well, I was going to say that right-handed hitters should just look at the inside part of the plate, because the ball's always hard when it's inside.
Now, that was a cut fastball that tried to make its way to the inside corner, but Reyes was out in front. He thought it was going to be a fastball away. Cliff Lee had started him with 2 seamers away, ball tailing away, but then that cutter came in. He reached out, was able to pull it down the line.
Broke his bat, but hit it in between the bag and Paulino at third.
the third baseman, and 2 bases.
9th double of the year for Reyes. The batter now, Justin Turner, one of 5 players who's already gotten a start at second base for the Mets, and we're a month into the season. Turner formerly in the Reds and the Orioles organization, as Lee has got to split his attention a little bit between Reyes out at second base and Turner the batter.
If he could push a bunt, it'd be a good play here. Really have to try to score this run. Don't have a lot of opportunities against a Cliff Lee early in the game, so you got to jump on him when you can.
One thing that's been tough to do is score in the first inning off the Philadelphia Phillies. Not surprising with the quality in their rotation, of course, with Lee, Halladay, Oswalt, Hamels, the big 4, Joe Blanton the 5th on the DL right now. There's Roy Halladay, unanimous Cy Young Award winner last year. And boy, if the Mets had a vote after yesterday, he'd get their vote as well. He was outstanding yesterday afternoon. And both Halladay and Lee, Oral, almost robotic in the way they go about their business. Great work ethic. Halladay known for that. And they both just keep pounding the strike zone.
Yesterday, Roy Halladay threw 80 out of 107 pitches for strikes, and they are both up there in strike percentage. But when they throw the ball for strikes, it's not just a get over pitch. It's great, fantastic movement, and it's a variety of pitches.
Breaking ball inside and a full count on Turner. Crowd groaning at the lack of a strike call there. Jim Wolf is working the plate tonight. Field and Culbreth at first, the crew chief Gary Cedarstrom at second, and Lance Barksdale at third base.
Throwing all those strikes last night. The first 18 of the game were strikes.
That's the first time in 20 years somebody had done that in the major leagues. And if anybody can challenge that, not going to happen obviously here, but Cliff Lee is a guy who throws as many strikes as anybody in baseball. He's won a Cy Young Award. And in the offseason, when all the attention seemed to be on the Yankees or the Rangers, he surprised just about everybody and returned to the Phillies. Down and in, he walks him. Just the 5th walk given up this year by Cliff Lee. So an early opportunity here for the New York Mets with runners at first and second. Nobody out in the top of the first. And the batter is going to be David Wright, hitting .240 on the season. So Lee in a bit of a jam early. We'll check out our live K zone here as Wright steps in.
David Wright is very good against left-handed pitching. This year, a little bit of a slump. Terry Collins knows he's an up and down guy. When he's hot, he's hot. When he's not, he's not. It's time to get hot, David.
11 for his last 59 entering the game tonight. .240 overall on the season, but the leading hitter in the major leagues among active players against left-handed pitching. But this is no ordinary left-handed pitcher out of the mound in Cliff Lee. Early, though, he's given up a double, then walked a batter. Strike on the inside corner there, 2-1.
Well, what you find with Cliff Lee, he commands the ball on the edges of the plate, not necessarily the height. He's not a ground ball type pitcher where he's throwing a sinker. He's going to command the inside and the outside parts of the plate to the edges. As you see right there, that ball is up, but it is right on the edge, as live K zone showed. Cliff Lee is most concerned about in and out, not necessarily height. And if he's going to make a mistake with height, it's usually up.
And that's one of the reasons why he doesn't get double plays. He has not gotten a double play so far this year in 19 opportunities. 19 batters he's faced with a chance to get a double play. Pulled foul. Cliff Lee, a lot of strikeouts, a fair number of outs in the air, not that many ground balls.
It's really hard for Polanco to play third base with Cliff Lee on the mound because he has a two-seamer that goes away that will make him hit the ball at him. He has a cutter that will come into David Wright, which will make him hit it down the line. So that is really the hot corner when Lee is on the mound.
2-2 again. Strike 3 called inside corner. First out of the inning.
Well, he starts him off with a changeup, and then he continues to work him with his fastball and his cut fastball inside. He misses away. He starts him out there, and now he gets into the count with the fastball. Even though he misses, he's hitting the edges of the plate. You see he's all around the strike zone, mostly up, about thigh high, and finally gets him rung up on a borderline pitch inside.
So a big first out of the night for Cliff Lee. 32nd time that David Wright has struck out so far this season. Here's Carlos Beltran. Kind of an unusual play on at second base there, huh?
Yeah, I thought they'd catch Reyes napping, just waltzing back to second base. He's laughing now. What he should do is steal third. It's a one-looker at second base. He takes that one look and goes home.
Now Beltran with a fly ball to left field. Ibanez back, has room shy of the track for the second out. And a strong throw right into third, with Reyes thinking about trying to advance.
Reyes has been on second base. He's just waltzing off, and Cliff Lee says, I wonder if I can get him looking down at the ground or looking out to the outfield. Orr was on it. Reyes was too. Leadoff double being wasted here by the Mets.
Unless Jason Bay can do something. Bay back from a strained oblique muscle that cost him the first 3 weeks of the season. Hitting .265. Remember that concussion he suffered in late July last year, too, crashing into the outfield fence at Dodger Stadium. That ended his season a year ago. No symptoms anymore. They were gone really by about the end of the season last year. Terry Collins says, you know, what he does in the lineup is one thing, but the presence, the calm that he brings to the clubhouse as well, Bobby, that's a whole other story, too.
He's a real calm guy. He understands his place on the team and in life. Reyes understands his place also. He's on second base, and he doesn't want to stay there the rest of the inning.
Didn't miss by much, Oral.
They got the borderline pitch against David Wright, and right there to put Jason Bay away. He misses a little inside. You return to the place where the umpire gave you the benefit of the doubt. He just didn't get it twice.
Ooh, you could see Schneider. I mean, he was practically out of his crouch and on his way back to the first base dugout. Just missed inside again.
He got this pitch for David Wright. Did not get it for Jason Bay.
Well, they come inside 3 times in a row. Going away, just misses again. Tried to backdoor him with a cutter. And the count now 3-2, which means the runners will get a head start.
How far did that ball seem away for Jason Bay, and then cut in and almost made it back to the plate? He's being jammed with cutters in and doing a great job taking the ball, and then one away.
Out of play. So the Mets began the inning with a double by Jose Reyes. Justin Turner walked. But then David Wright called out on strikes. Carlos Beltran with a fairly deep fly ball to left field. And now Lee and Schneider. Again, not as used to working together as Lee and Carlos Ruiz. They'll talk things over on this all-important pitch to Jason Bay.
Well, we haven't seen a curveball. We've seen one changeup and a couple two-seamers. And this is what I love about Cliff Lee. He doesn't empty his holster in the first inning to get people out. He knows that he can get people out with a basic 2 pitches. And so most pitchers at this point would have shown maybe 5 different types of pitches. Cliff Lee's got a changeup, he's got a curveball, he's got a cutter, he's got the 2-seamer away, he's got a 2-seamer that he can throw up. But he's really staying mostly with his cutter in this inning, and he's trying to get through the inning so that he can go deep in the game.
Having to work hard here in the first inning if he's got plans on going deep into the game. Already 27 pitches in the inning. 3-2 again, and a foul back by Bay. The battle continues.
So I guess even if the Mets don't score here, is a moral victory, getting him to throw close to 30 pitches. Yep. If it ends here, maybe more than 30 if he walks him, and it brings Ike Davis to the plate.
Here comes the 9th pitch of the at-bat. Met batters have already fouled off 10 pitches this inning. Up and away, ball 4. And Cliff Lee, who had only walked 4 batters all season coming in, has walked 2 Mets here in the very first inning.
That says something about what statistics do for you. They tell you what happened in the past, but they don't necessarily predict what's going to happen in the future.
You sound like an investment guy.
Past results do not guarantee future.
Here's Ike Davis, part of the future for the New York Mets, hitting .337 on the season. Very talented, young left-handed batter. Facing left-hander Cliff Lee. First pitch swinging and a foul back by Davis. There's a lot to like about Ike Davis offensively, defensively. Terry Collins just raving about him before the game.
And this could have been an off night for Ike Davis. He was thinking against a lefty to take the hot bat and let him rest tonight, but he's been swinging such a hot bat, he thought this situation was why he's in there.
Big swing and a miss, 0-2. One thing that New York Met fans have not been able to enjoy in a long time is a grand slam. You have to go back to the 2009 season. This is incredible. Since they hit their last grand slam, they have given up 18 grand slams, including the one to Ryan Howard on Friday night. Lays off the breaking ball. Broke it out there, Orel.
Finally the curveball, and what a time to throw your first curveball of the game. 32 pitches into the game, your first curveball with bases loaded, and you trust your catcher, who you haven't worked with very much, that you can bounce it. Well executed on both sides.
And Ike has an interesting approach against a left-hander here, with his taking his right foot and bailing out just a little, clearing his hands. He's looking for an inside pitch that he could inside out to left field.
2-2 on Davis. The bases are loaded with 2 outs here in the top of the first. The Mets making Cliff Lee work, trying to salvage the final game of this 3-game series. And a ground ball to second. Or on to first, and the Mets will leave them loaded. It wasn't easy, but Cliff Lee gets out of a big jam here in the first. By Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. And in part by Gillette Fusion Pro Glide. Turn shaving into gliding and skeptics into believers. And State Farm. Find an agent or get a quote at statefarm.com. Back to the bottom of the first. No score between the Mets and the Phillies. Here come the Phillies, and here's a look at their starting lineup. Brought to you by Taco Bell. The Phillies, even with the injuries, the departure of Jason Worth, they've still got the 4th highest total of runs per game in the National League this year. Victorino Polanco hitting almost 400. And Jimmy Rollins, 1, 2, 3 in the lineup. Ryan Howard leading the National League in RBIs. Ben Francisco, the struggling Raul Ibanez. Pete Orr making his 7th start of the season. He's at second base. Brian Schneider catching. Cliff Lee pitching at a batting 9th. And on the mound for the New York Mets, one of the tallest pitchers in Major League history, also one of the smartest pitchers in Major League history, 6'10" Princeton grad Chris Young.
And he is hard to hit. He will not throw hard. It'll be a fastball mid-80s. It will then be a changeup and a slider, but he is the most prepared pitcher out there. He has a notebook on the league and how he wants to pitch him.
Victorino leads it off and takes a belt-high strike here to begin the bottom of the first. A new look lineup for the Phillies this year for a variety of reasons. One of them is Jimmy Rollins has been hitting third all the time. Victorino's been leading off all the time. He's swinging a high fly ball to left field. Bay is there, one down. The guy who's really been driving the offense, though, in addition to Ryan Howard, is this guy, the always underrated Placido Polanco, who is second in the league with a .398 average, and Bobby is also the toughest hitter in the National League to strike out.
Well, he's done it 5 times so far this year, but what he can do is he can work a pitcher, he can use the entire field, and there's no one place you can get him out. He actually could be protecting Howard.
As a number 5 hitter.
Absolutely. Yeah. If in fact it turns out he needs more protection, he'd be the best hitter to be back there.
A couple of years ago, of course, or even last year, Jason Worth was hitting 5th. Chase Utley was healthy and hitting 3rd. As Polanco grounds one up the middle to his right, Turner, and he'll make the play on to first for the second out. But it's a different kind of a Phillies lineup with a no Utley and no Worth. Let's check out the Mets defense now. Bay at left, Scott Hairston in center field, and Carlos Beltran moving to right field this year. Takes some wear and tear off his knees. David Wright at third, Jose Reyes at short, Justin Turner at second, Ike Davis, maybe a future Gold Glover, is at first, and Ronnie Paulino, Bobby, is making his first start of the season for the Mets.
Yeah, he has not caught anyone in the bullpen yet in a game situation. And this is his first time with Chris Young. Very interesting.
Some health and injury issues keeping Paulino out of the lineup until now.
It's as though he is traded to the Mets at this time of the year. Never worked with any of the pitching staff.
Here's Rollins. So Rollins hitting in the 3 spot this year. And one of the guys hitting ahead of him, the guy hitting right ahead of him, is hitting almost 400. And Rollins has 5 RBIs on the season. 3 of them came Wednesday. He pulls it foul down the right field line. Former MVP, but Jimmy Rollins now into his 30s. This is a Phillies lineup starting to, they're edging out of their prime into their early 30s now. And Rollins has not been able to produce the numbers the last couple of years he did prior to that. 3-1 the count. The MVP in 2007. You can see with some injuries last year too. Missed some playing time, hit only 243 as he draws a 2-out walk, and that means a man on for big Ryan Howard.
It's amazing when you look at that, isn't it? We talk about lineups, who's hitting behind someone, who's hitting in front of someone. We mentioned Jimmy Rollins is struggling at the plate. We mentioned that Ryan Howard has 27 RBI and is leading all of baseball in RBI. And what happens? You walk Rollins to get to Ryan Howard. Go figure.
So
and that's the smartest pitcher in baseball. Imagine those other guys out there.
So here's Howard on the strength of those 6 RBIs on Friday night. Now leads the majors with 27 here on the 1st of May. Rollins is a threat to go. The shift is on for the Mets. 3 infielders on the right side. Turner out on the outfield grass. Reyes swung around to the right side of the bag. David Wright, in effect, playing where the shortstop would right now. Howard will hit the ball the other way in the air, but rarely on the ground. As we check out live K-Zone with Howard at the plate.
And Dan, if he was to bunt the ball hard to third, it would be second and third and 2 outs, because Jimmy Rollins would wind up on third base and Ryan Howard would run around the second and get a double, but he's not going to do that. He's going to hit right into this shift and try to hit it between the guys on the right side of the infield.
And Young's lost his command here the last couple of batters.
Yeah, one of the interesting things here with Rollins batting third, Ryan Howard, the RBI leader, batting fourth. Charlie Manuel before the game said, I'm not afraid to steal him even though the big guy's got the bat in his hand. He did that, in fact, on Friday night. and he won the game because of it.
It's one of the conversations we had when we did a Red Sox game, looking at the numbers for Carl Crawford, going back to his Tampa Bay days, that he ran much more often as a leadoff hitter than he did as a number 3 hitter. Well, Charlie Emanuel says, heck, if I'm going to run Jimmy Rollins, I'm going to run him no matter where he hits.
He's batting 3rd and leading the league in stolen bases.
Another throw over, and they got him hung up. They got Rollins caught between 1st and 2nd. And the tag applied to end the inning. So that'll be all for the Phillies at the end of 1. No score. Chris Young of the Mets, Cliff Lee in the Phils.
Any old which way. We need exactly just the right ingredients, the right mix, the highest quality. The right recipe for success. It's no accident.
What are they better known for here? The 4 great starters in the rotation, or the Philly cheesesteak?
I think it's the cheesesteaks.
I think you're right.
Cheesesteaks have been around longer.
Bullpen coach Dave Raccanello is trying to eat 13 of them during this series and set a new visiting team record for most cheesesteaks eaten during one series.
Are you serious?
Oh, I'm serious.
This is an official record?
It's an official record.
Really?
I don't think it's charted by Elias.
Here's Ronnie Paulino to lead off the second for the Mets. How many has he eaten during the first 2 games?
He has 4 to go going into this game, from what I hear.
How's he feeling?
I think he's getting real fat.
Paulino now will split the catching duties with Josh Tolley. Paulino figures to hit against the lefties, being a right-handed batter, and that's what Paulino does well. You look at his numbers from a year ago with Florida. In his career, Ronnie Paulino is a .338 batter against left-handed pitching. Cliff Lee, meanwhile, had to throw 34 pitches in the first inning. Didn't give up a run. Left the bases loaded, but he walked 2. A lot of deep counts, a lot of foul balls, and we'll see if that takes a toll on him later on in the game. You can see he is normally one of the more efficient pitchers in baseball. Lined up the middle. A hard hit ball for a base hit by Paulino.
When he's not on the corners, it's usually up and near the middle. The walks are rare, but you see he's trying to go inside, and he leaves it over the middle of the plate. Paulino, who's very strong against left-handed pitchers, hits it right back from whence it came.
So again, the leadoff man is aboard for the Mets. They had a double by Reyes to begin the first, couldn't cash him in. Now a single by Paulino to begin the second. Not really a threat to go. The batter will be Scott Hairston, a Padre last year, and another guy who gets his playing time against the lefties. Look down to third base coach Chip Hale to see if anything is on. The Mets come into the game a respectable 6th in the National League in runs scored. And again, some of that has to do with the fact that they're getting healthier. Beltran's playing pretty much every day. Jason Bay is back. Reyes is healthy. You look at the so-called Big Four, the 3 guys I just mentioned, plus David Wright. They only started the same game 6 times all of last season. This is the 9th game tonight this year that they have all started. A pop up in foul territory. Schneider and Hairston retired one down. Guys, as you look at this Met lineup, if those guys stay healthy, can it be a good offensive team? Can this be a respectable ball club this year?
I think it can be a respectable, not ball club, but team. I think that starting rotation is where they will have to go as far as where will their depth go. But as far as the offense, these guys can score some runs. They can wreak some havoc.
As we mentioned, one of the big questions for this team is which of these guys, Reyes, Beltran, etc., as Chris Young bunts it foul, how many of them might be Mets at the end of the season? You know, with the Madoff situation, the pending lawsuit, the debt the Mets have right now, the owners looking to sell a minority share of the team to help reduce some of that debt. You know, Terry Collins just managing to win the game that he's playing in at that moment. But will the Mets look to unload some salaries this year and think a little bit more about the future? Young shows bunt again, bunts it foul again.
And Dan, I don't think it's only a financial consideration. You have to understand this is an entirely new front office. Sandy Alderson, J.P. Ricciardi, Paul DePodesta have taken the control of the baseball organization, and I'm sure they want to put a stamp on this team as their team. And these are all players that were here when they got here.
Keep the bunt on at 0-2. Young gets it down and will get the job done. The sacrifice moving Paulino to second, 2 down. So the New York Mets look at the debt, depending on which report you believe, anywhere from $450 to $625 million in debt. Attendance is down. Losses are up. And again, it has been reported that the Wilpon family is looking to bring in a minority owner for up to 49% of the franchise. Various groups have been mentioned, and Bobby, to be frank, your name has come up as being, you know, this guy in that group. You've been linked to this guy in this group. Where do you want to take us? What's your involvement, interest per se in the Mets situation?
Dan, many of the groups that have been mentioned, the lead people in the group, I'm socially connected to. I know them well. I've been business partners with a few of them over the last 15 years, so it's common or natural to say that. But there's no formal connection with me and any group that's making an offer on the Mets. I just known Fred Wilpon for over 40 years now, and I want him to be happy and for the right thing to happen. The one thing that's been consistent with the Mets in 40 years is the love that Fred Wilpon has of the New York Mets. And if he's in this situation and needs help, I hope that he gets the right people helping him. And some of the people I know, quite frankly, would be the right people, in my opinion.
And one of the dates to keep an eye on is the next owners meeting, which is on May the 12th, so less than a couple of weeks away, when we might find out a little bit more about the ownership situation. Fly ball to left field off the bat of Reyes, right at Ibanez, and another man left on by the Mets. We'll go to the bottom of the second in a scoreless game. Ryan Howard will lead it off for the Philadelphia Phillies, fresh off his 2-homer, 6 RBI game on Friday night. Bottom of the second inning here at Citizens Bank Park. Dan Shulman, Bobby Valentine, Oral Hershiser, Wendy Nix, Buster Olney. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. A live K-zone for Ryan Howard, who swings at the first pitch, hits it into the shift, out into shallow right field. One down. So Howard was up there, had a couple of pitches to him in the first inning. A 2-0 count when Jimmy Rollins tried to steal and was in effect picked off as he was trying to steal to end the first inning.
Yeah. Yeah, we mentioned that Charlie doesn't mind running with Howard at the plate, but this is 2-0 count, and he gets a little bent leg move, gets him leaning. He was thinking about stealing. That is not a time to go.
Now a strike taken by Ben Francisco, the right fielder, the guy who's getting most of the at-bats right now in Jason Worth's old spot. Worth signing that big 7-year deal with the Washington Nationals. Curveball there. And Francisco's driven in 18 runs, got 4 homers at the end of April, so he's had some good hits, some big hits for the Phillies, who again are not quite the offensive juggernaut that they were back in, say, 2007, 2008. Not as much. Swing and a miss at another breaking ball, 2 down. There was a time when the Phillies, and it wasn't even an argument, had the most dangerous lineup in the National League, the most power, the most speed, the most depth. But it has changed a little bit in recent years, as you can see, especially this year. 5th in the National League in runs scored after being 1st or 2nd each of the previous 4 years.
And this year they're scoring 4.6 runs a game, but it's a situational type hitting. Stolen bases, moving the runners over, productive outs. It's not the, stealing bases and also hitting the ball out of the ballpark. They're really having to do it as a team.
The batter is Raul Ibanez, who comes into this at bat 0 for his last 30. And Charlie Manuel said before the game he does this every year. He gets out of it. He described him as, he said he's a bit of a worrier. He'll go down to the cage and hit balls for an hour or two, trying to fix whatever's wrong. Maybe this will snap it. It will not. 0 for his last 31 as Hairston makes the catch on the track, and the Phillies are gone in order in the bottom of the second.
Play here in Philadelphia. So far, not a lot of offense. 0-0 as we are about to begin the top of the 3rd inning. Some hitting heroes here with the Baseball Tonight team, and Andre Ethier didn't have a huge day, but he did extend his hitting streak. It is now to 27 games, and that was a bit of a gift, I guess, Barry and Crucky, for Andre Ethier. Here are the other headlines. Carl Crawford delivers a 9th inning single. He had 2 hits of the day, part of a huge offensive day for him. He got a big celebration. Granderson hit his 8th home run last year at the end of July. He's got 8, and Mike Aviles gets the job done as well. But I think the Ethier thing is kind of interesting. Your take on that is what?
Well, if he's playing on the road, they're in Colorado, that's probably
An error. Okay.
Probably not
at
a hit.
home.
Yeah.
A gift. It's a gift. It's a hit. It's 27 games.
But you know what? A lot of times when you go through a streak like this, it's not about hitting the ball hard. It's about hitting the ball in the right spot.
Back inside, Dan.
All right, Carl, thanks very much. Justin Turner leading off the top of the third. First pitch swinging. Fly ball to right field for out number 1. So Andre Ethier now is the guys we're talking about. The hitting streak is up to 27 games, which means he is 1 game shy of the halfway point to the all-time record streak set by, of course, Joe DiMaggio, 56 games back in 1941. Roger McDowell, the pitching coach of the Braves, suspended without pay for a couple of weeks for the offensive remarks and inappropriate conduct toward fans in San Francisco. And Jared Weaver scratched today. The 6-0, 0.99 ERA Jared Weaver scratched today with a stomach virus, but he is expected to start tomorrow for the Angels, who have moved into first place in the American League West. They have a record of 16-12. They are tied with the Texas Rangers for first. David Wright loops one softly into center field for a 1-out single.
David did a nice job of getting that inside pitch and getting his hands into where his hips were and hitting that ball line drive to center field. Here's the inside pitch coming. He opens his hips, he gets his hands in, and he does a very nice job of getting the barrel of the bat to this ball. It could have been the right center field if it was a little quicker on the swing, but David got through it nicely for a base hit.
You know, one other thing we should quickly mention from around baseball, the Cleveland Indians won again today. They came back and overtook the Tigers 1-5-4 to win their 13th consecutive home game. The Indians have the best record in all of baseball at 19-8. Michael Brantley had the big hit for them. Here's another fly ball and a long run for Francisco into the corner. Will make the catch for the second out. David Wright back to first. You know, and maybe just as interesting as what the Indians are doing well, the Twins lost again. The White Sox lost again. They're both 10 games out of first on the 1st of May.
They're both playing terrible baseball.
Yeah.
They deserve to be 10 games out of first. And you know what? Detroit's not too far behind them.
Right.
Kansas City and Cleveland really look like real teams, not because they had a great first month, but because the other teams looked so horrible after the first month of baseball.
And they also had a great month.
And they had very good months.
Best record
each.
in baseball is very good.
So many things have gone wrong for the White Sox and Twins. The White Sox bullpen has been a mess. They're not hitting the ball at all. For the Twins, so many injuries. And Justin Morneau just today hit his first home run of the season. So the American League Central standings almost look like they're upside down from what you might have thought they would be heading into the season. Jason Bay, the batter, and that's out of play off to the right.
Chris Perez has 7 saves for the Indians. I mean, there's a lot of non-household names over there.
Good for Kansas City. Good for Cleveland. They're playing a very fine brand of baseball. And, you know, Kansas City had the highest batting average in the American League last year, so it's not totally a fluke there. And Cleveland's getting very good bullpen work.
They got Grady Sizemore back. Travis Hafner's been out for 4 games with a sore foot. You should get him back soon.
Orlando Cabrera, you think a big factor, right?
Without a doubt. It's not a coincidence that those championships just keep following him around. He keeps the team loose, but he's a total professional. Every manager that has Orlando Cabrera on the team says, I love this guy. And the next year, he's with another team. I don't get it.
Runner goes. Swinging a bouncer towards short. Backhanded by Rollins. Inning over. Another base hit, another man left on for the Mets. And on to the bottom of the third here in Philadelphia in a scoreless game. Back for the bottom of the third, no score. Mets and Phillies. Pete Orr, the Philadelphia second baseman, leads it off against Chris Young and looks at a strike. Chase Utley has not played this season. Still trying to work back from knee problems. Starting to get a little bit more regular activity, running, swinging the bat a little bit. But in the meantime, Orr is among those getting some time at second base. This is his 7th start of the season. He's hitting .276. Former Brave and National. And Chase Utley, there's no timetable. You talk to the Phillies about Utley, and everything seems to be very vague. They don't want to put a date on it, but you get the feeling it's a little bit sooner maybe than people think. 3-1.
I think it's sooner than the All-Star break, but like Barry Larkin said before the game, you don't want to put a timetable on this. It's not a calendar that brings him back, but Mother Nature. When he's ready, he should be in the game. But not before that.
The worst thing you can have in a rehab is a timetable that you have to hit, because then you push yourself on a day that this is what I'm supposed to be, and your body's not ready for it. Then you get a setback. Your body tells you when it's ready.
Reaching for it, or hits a bouncer down to first. Ike Davis will make the play himself for the first out. I mean, on the one hand,
oh my gosh, look at this guy. So good to see you.
Good
Last
work.
time I saw you, you were on a...
Oh, yeah. Oh, that'll happen.
Look who's scared the daylights out of me.
Best mascot in baseball, right?
Best
Number
ever.
one. Numero uno.
Just like that.
Yeah, baseball,
Yeah.
any sport.
In any
Best mascot in
sport.
any
Yes.
sport.
Yes.
Any sport. But I got some hair on my cheesesteak.
Green hair.
Hey.
Nice. Don't push your luck, big boy.
Good to see you, Philly.
Thanks,
see you,
Fanatic.
Philly.
Awesome.
Why don't you go down this way? It's shorter.
Yeah. You can land on your stomach. You'll be fine.
Can't get enough of the Fanatic, right?
Not enough of chili.
Can't get enough of the cheesesteak.
He really is great.
We're going to be... you want to rotate this through? One talks and two eat for a while? Or?
No, I think you talk and we eat.
No.
Your play-by-play.
He brought him up.
Oh, my goodness.
They look good.
Need some peppers.
This guy's in the truck, or whoever arranged that. There's Brian Schneider. And that's his first non-home run hit of the season. Had only 2 hits before, both homers. Got himself a double here.
And the second hit for a Philly catcher in the last 14 games. Cliff Lee can hit, too.
Chris Young's going to pitch up a lot. He gets the most fly balls in the National League as far as the ratio to ground balls, and that ball's up, and Schneider does a good job putting a swing on it. I'll tell you what, a clean double right here. Cliff Lee, you just don't, these tight games like this, Cliff Lee on the mound, you don't want to give up a scratch run. Could cost you.
Left-hand hitting Lee takes low ball 1. It's the first hit of the night for the Phillies, and it comes here with 1 out in the bottom of the third of a scoreless game. Lee looking for his first hit of the season.
Harrison just moved over in the left center, and Jason Bay should be more shallow in left. You got Chris Young pitching him away. If he's going to hit the ball, he's going to hit it on the ground to the right side or in the air to the left side. And you got to think he can't drive it over a major league left fielder's head. So come on in and cut off the run.
High in the air down the right field line, foul and out of play. Coverage of Major League Baseball continues this week on ESPN. First tomorrow at 7 Eastern to Monday Night Baseball. The Yankees head to Detroit to take on the struggling Tigers. Then at 7 Eastern on Wednesday. Wednesday Night Baseball presented by Sears Lawn and Garden. It'll be the Los Angeles Angels and the Boston Red Sox. Major League Baseball tomorrow night and Wednesday on ESPN. Expected to be Justin Verlander and Bartolo Colon. Tomorrow night's game. How about the job that Colon is doing right now for the Yankees? Lee spanks it to right field, but righted Beltran for out number 2. And he'll get a nice round of applause from the crowd for that swing, although it just wound up in the glove of Beltran.
We talk about the preparation that Chris Young has before a game. Not sure if he has quite the scouting report on Cliff Lee. Just laid one in there and almost got burned for it. And maybe not a great scouting report on Snyder either.
Both those balls were smoked the same way. Just fortunately for the Mets that one was hit at somebody. but definitely could have been, as far as velocity, 2 doubles.
So 2 down, a man still at second, and here's Shane Victorino back to the leadoff spot. We'll take it high, ball 1.
That's deliberately high there. Right Earl, first ball, fastball hitter, throw him a ball up, out of the zone, and away. See if he pops it up to left field like he did the first time up.
And a strike from Young.
One of the few pitchers in the league, Chris Young, is a gentleman that he writes in his scouting report up and down the middle. And we talked about early in his career about throwing pitches that get people out, but looking for contact and not always going to the corner. And his asset is a ball that looks like it's going to come down and be right in the middle, but end up, and he gets people to pop up or fly out on it.
Up the middle to his left, Reyes. Dug out at first by Ike Davis. What a play by the big first baseman. Victorino retired, and the inning is over. At the end of 3 here in Philadelphia, no score between the Mets and the Phillies. Top of the 4th here in Philadelphia with Bobby Valentine, Orel Hershiser, Buster Olney, Wendy Diggs, Carl Ravitch, Barry Larkin, John Crunk, the whole baseball tonight gang. I'm Dan Schulman. It's Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell here on ESPN. The finale of a 3-game series between the Mets and the Phillies, with the Phillies having taken the first 2 by scores of 10-3 and 2-1. Ike Davis leads off the 4th inning after he made a terrific defensive play to end the bottom of the 3rd. We mentioned earlier, Terry Collins told us he thinks that Davis already is an outstanding defensive first baseman, rather. And he showed it, Bobby, on this play on the throw from Reyes.
Yeah, Reyes never really set his feet. He threw this sinker to first base that Ike was there saving an error and a run.
If the Mets have an untouchable, and they probably got a few, but the most untouchable guy they've probably got on this team right now is Ike Davis. Great play to get him by a half step.
And what you have to do is start down and come up when that ball's in the dirt, as Ike did.
2-1 the count. The Mets have had their chances. They've left 5 men on through 3 innings. Loaded the bases in the first inning against Lee. Forced him to throw 34 pitches in the first inning, but they didn't score. Lee back with Philadelphia after
really moving around baseball a lot the last couple of years. The Mets, as you can see, have failed in their opportunities tonight to drive in the runs. Were you guys surprised in the offseason when you heard Cliff Lee was coming back to Philadelphia instead of going to either the Yankees or to Texas?
Yes, sir. Oral?
Philadelphia fans were surprised, euphoric.
How about Charlie Manuel? What did he tell us before the game?
Charlie found out from a New York reporter, and then 10 minutes later got the call from Ruben Amaro that Cliff Lee was coming back. Couldn't go to sleep that night. Was up till 2 a.m. writing all the names of the starters and who was going to be taking the hill for him.
Now, Cliff Lee back in 2008 won the Cy Young Award with the Cleveland Indians. He went 22-3. Then in the middle of the 2009 season was traded by the Indians to the Phillies, helped lead the Phillies into the World Series. Then the Phillies get Roy Halladay, so they trade Cliff Lee to Seattle. And in the middle of last season, he gets traded to Texas and helps lead the Rangers into the World Series before surprising just about everybody and coming back to Philadelphia as a free agent. Ronnie Paulino with a bouncer to second, 2 down. In typical Charlie Manuel fashion, you know, when you followed up Oral and said, so, you know, what was that day like when you found out that he was coming back? Charlie said, it was a good day.
Understated as usual.
And this rotation, Halladay, Lee, Hamels, Oswalt, Blanton as the 5th, although he's on the DL right now. Vance Worley came up, did a great job Friday night. But certainly the top 4, Oral. There have been, you know, Atlanta, Oakland, there have been some, going back a little further, Baltimore, some great rotations. But this one can hold its own with any of them, don't you think?
They are fantastic, and they're dominant pitchers, not just solid pitchers.
Outside.
And the great thing you love about it is they want to compete with each other, but it's a friendly competition. That's what you had in Atlanta when you had Maddox and Smoltz and Glavine and those guys. They always were like trying to one-up each other, but there was a camaraderie to help each other also.
Rollins, long throw, safe at first, Scott Hairston.
I'm not sure Jimmy Rollins knew the speed of the runner there, which is inexcusable. He has to come and get that ball a little quicker. This ball's hit off the end of the bat, and Jimmy Rollins kind of nonchalants it with his backhand here. He's got to come through and get that ball. He throws it one hop. He beats it fair and square at first base, and this is just not knowing the speed of the runner and taking something for granted that you shouldn't when you're a major league player. This allows the pitcher to get through this inning, Oral, which is paramount. He had a 5-pitch inning.
Yeah, could have made up for the 30-pitch inning in the first to really get him back on where he can go deep into the game. And this Philly bullpen, 67 innings only this year, one of the most unused bullpens because of this rotation.
And if nothing else, you have Reyes leading off next inning is what the Mets need.
Young puts a good swing on it, fouls it back, 1-1. Young getting a sacrifice down his last time up on an 0-2 pitch after bunting the first 2 pitches foul.
Had a pretty good swing at that ball.
So Lee, as we mentioned, with 34 pitches in the first inning, and about to throw his 34th pitch since then. 1-2 now the count on Young.
Well, have you ever seen anybody stand so far from the plate? His heels are almost on the outside line of the batter's box, but he's 6'10". He and Eric Hillman, who was also a 6'10" pitcher for the Mets, have a lot of reach. Look at that.
One of the tallest pitchers ever. John Roush at 6'11", currently with the Toronto Blue Jays, the tallest pitcher in Major League history. Of course, Randy Johnson, 6'10", but Young is right up there. He was an outstanding, not only baseball player, an outstanding basketball player at Princeton as well. Swing and a miss to end the inning. To the bottom of the 4th, Buster Olney will visit with Met manager Terry Collins when we return. for FaceTime, presented by Edward Jones. Buster Olney spoke with Met manager Terry Collins between innings.
Terry, what are you seeing in your guys at bats early against Cliff Lee?
Well, in the first inning, obviously, he didn't have the real good command of his stuff. I thought we worked the counts very well and got ourselves in the chance to get some runs. And had somebody on each inning, we just can't get him in.
Now, earlier today, you got an update on Johan Santana. What are you hearing?
Well, I know that he's in the first stage of his program, which is the long toss program to get his arm strength back. And he's at 150 feet, throwing very, very well. We hope he's on the mound soon.
Thanks, Terry. Dan, back to you.
Buster, thank you. Remember him, Johan Santana? I mean, for so many years, one of the best pitchers in baseball, almost forgotten right now after all the arm problems that he's had, but they hope to get him back at some point this season to bolster the rotation, which is really crying out, Oral, for an ace. I mean, this is without Santana, there's no immediate heir apparent. There was some thought that Mike Pelfrey might be ready to become that #1 guy, but that has not materialized.
Santana, getting him back would be great for New York and great for all of baseball. Just a fantastic competitor, somebody you just love to come out and watch pitch.
Breaking ball stays a little bit high to Polanco. Here's a look at the current Met rotation. We're seeing Chris Young here tonight. You can see Pelfrey's ERA is over 7. R.A. Dickey had a terrific year last year, the knuckleballer. Into left field, a base hit for Polanco. 1 for 2.
He hits all pitches to all fields. Here's a breaking ball that's low and away, that he just keeps the bat in the plane a long time, flicks it out into left field. See as he drops this ball in here, low and away curveball. A lot of players will give up on that and just hit on top of it, a low ground ball. He stays on it and does a wonderful job of hitting.
Extending a hitting streak now to an 11-gamer. Leadoff man aboard for the Phillies. Jimmy Rollins is the batter, and he swings at the first pitch. Sends a fly ball to right field. Playable on the track for Beltran as he glides over to make the catch for out number 1.
You just see the Phillies hitters. With Chris Young, he is below hitting speed. They see fastball, they register fastball, and with that big, tall body at 6'10", you just expect it to be harder.
A .219 career opponent's batting average for Chris Young. Here comes Ryan Howard, who grounded out his first time. And let's see how Young goes after the always dangerous Ryan Howard here in the 4th with a man on. Check out live K-Zone again as Howard digs in. Oral, Howard standing a little bit closer to the plate this year, right? So how would that change your game plan?
Well, it would make you a little more anxious, because I liked hitters when they stood away, because now you can pound them in without hitting their body. But now you want to pitch him in, but if you make a mistake in, you got a chance that if it's over the plate, he hits it hard, or if it's too far in, you hit him.
On the appeal, didn't get the call. The count is 1-1. When Howard is on, he really drives the ball well the other way. A ton of power to the opposite field. He was not on outside pitches last year, but now moving closer to the plate, Oral, he evidently has better coverage on the outside part of the plate.
When he goes to swing at the ball on the plate away or slightly off, he doesn't have to change his posture, so he's hitting it more consistently.
Yeah, that's the key, that he doesn't bend to hit the outside pitch now. He could stand up with his regular posture, as you said, Oral, take his firm swing at it, hit the inside of the ball, and drive it out of the park to the opposite field. He's also wearing that elbow guard this year because he's closer to the plate.
The crowd oohing and eyeing, but it's a shallow fly ball, just hit a mile high to left center field for the second out. ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell, is brought to you by Lexus and their pursuit of perfection, and by LG. Life's good. How about the cheesesteaks, fellas?
Cheesesteaks are great. This is a great place, and what a team we have. Johnny Crux sending us up those great ribs from Bull Luzinski's Rib House here in Philadelphia. Great place for food.
There's Ben Francisco.
Well, we've had 2 proteins. We need a starch. We got any garlic fries in the house or anything?
See, the dangerous thing is you say that. It might come by the end of the night. We're going to be a wreck.
We're going to need some ice cream or something at the end. Then.
Yeah. They do have ice cream. I've seen it in the back room.
This is a great,
good eats in this ballpark.
This ballpark's amazing.
Huh.
A slight step up from Veterans Stadium.
Yeah, one of the cookie cutters.
Rip foul down the left field line. 0-2 on Francisco.
Beautiful view of downtown Philadelphia. Kids eating that ice cream. There's the ice cream. They got the cheesesteaks. There's the view of downtown Philly. It's really, this city has really come. I remember the first time I was here in 1971, they had Legionnaire's disease. No one would walk the streets. Now it's a beautiful place.
And this is the 137th consecutive sellout for the Philadelphia Phillies. They are doing brisk business in the ballpark tonight.
Brisket business, too, I'm sure, somewhere.
Got him to end the inning. Foul tip held by Paulino. And the inning is over. Wendy Nix with Phillies pitching coach Rich Doobie on the other side of this timeout. Top 5, no score here in Philadelphia. It's time now for more FaceTime presented by Edward Jones. Wendy Nix speaking with Phillies pitching coach Rich Doobie between innings.
Threw 34 pitches in that first inning. He had to work. What have you seen from him since then?
Well, he's starting to stay over the rubber a little bit better and starting to get a much better angle to all his pitches. Came out of the bullpen throwing the ball pretty well, really, but got in the early bind. Made enough good pitches to get through it, and now he's got his pitch count where we think is very workable.
I asked Cole Hamels this before the start of this game, but how much do your starting pitchers feed off each other?
Oh, I think there's good competition there. They have a lot of respect for one another, and they pull for one another, but you know, they like to one-up one another, too, when they get a chance. So I think there's good competition, and they like to keep a good run going.
That works out pretty well for you.
Oh, they're a great group to watch. They were a lot of fun.
Dan?
Hi, Wendy. Thank you. Cliff Lee on the mound tonight. We should mention, by the way, that Roy Oswalt is still not with the team. Oswalt's home was hit by the tornadoes, all the terrible weather that struck the southeastern part of the United States. and he has gone home where Mississippi is his hometown. No injuries among his family, but property damage. And he has gone home to be with his family. They had an off day Thursday. They've got another one tomorrow. So they can, in effect, skip him. He's expected to rejoin the team on Thursday, but Charlie Manuel said it looks like Cole Hamels will make the start on Tuesday in what was to have been Oswald's spot. And that means that we'll likely see Hamels 1 week from tonight because we're having so much fun. Got the cheesesteaks and everything going. We're coming back to Philadelphia next week for Sunday Night Baseball again. We'll be here a week from tonight when the Atlanta Braves come to town.
And Dan, hopefully Roy will be here, and for Roy and his family and all the other people from us at ESPN, yes, we wish them the best. Everyone who was affected by the tragic weather that struck our southeast this past month. Unbelievable.
288 tornadoes.
Spread across, among other states, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and so forth. So also a different band of storms when we were in Missouri last week. Of course, the terrible storms that hit St. Louis 9 days ago.
Devastating.
Yep. Now to play by Reyes to stay alive at 3-2. Reyes tonight has doubled and flied out.
This is that leadoff at bat that they need. The aggressive at bat from Jose Reyes. Jimmy Rollins allowed it to happen, leading off the inning with a nonchalant play in the field.
And this one will get back out of play again.
Well, remember the first inning, 34 pitches to get through that inning, and Rich Doobie talked with Wendy about how they've got Cliff Lee's pitch count back in order. Well, another big pitch count inning could give a shot at the underbelly of the Philadelphia Phillies pitching staff, which would be guys that would need to pitch in the 6th and 7th.
Bouncer to third. Polanco to get Reyes one down.
Brad Lidge, their #1 closer, and then Jose Contreras goes down with a little elbow problem, and now Ryan Madsen is having to close. So every time you move somebody up the ladder, as you see Cliff Lee's pitch count at 79 starting to climb a little bit, you really start to look at a bullpen that starts to feel vulnerable down there. Madsen gets up with the hooded sweatshirt.
A guy who's had more success working as a setup guy in his career than as a closer, but he's option number 3 to be the closer right now with Lidge and Contreras out.
And he's 2 for 2 since getting that job.
You know, it's funny for the Phillies, their top 2 closers or closing candidates are on the DL. They're not getting much offense. Out of the catcher spot, Chase Utley hasn't played. I mean, you spend some time around the team and it's concern. And here they are with the best record in the National League. They're 18-8 so far. Ryan Madsen right now is the closer. Bouncer back to Lee, who fields his position well. 2 down. Brad Lidge, all-star break perhaps. Jose Contreras, 3 to 4 weeks perhaps. If they're all healthy, there's great depth.
Right now they're not healthy at all, and I think it's a major question mark. How did Charlie Manuel answer the question when he said, hey, with this bullpen, Charlie, with the injuries that you've had, with Rollins not hitting in a third spot, your catcher getting 1 hit in the last 2 weeks, how are you doing it? What did he say?
Lucky. And then he said, pitching.
Live K-zone as David Wright steps in. You know, one other thing that's helped the Phillies, they've had a pretty easy schedule so far. It's going to get a lot tougher very soon as Wright hits a ball hard left field over the head of Ibanez and off the base of the wall. Wright will stop with a long single.
That ball was played extremely well by Ibanez in left field, and Mookie Wilson, the great Met player and now first base coach of the New York Mets, held David up as David took that turn. Mookie was yelling, no, no, no. David held up, and wisely so. Here's another pitch on the inside part, or actually right down the middle, that David takes a great swing at. He can hit left-handed pitching as well as anybody in the league, and once again he's proving that here.
And Earl, that pitch that Wright just hit goes back to what you were talking about earlier tonight on SportsCenter, that for Cliff Lee to be successful on the outside corner or on the inside corner, but if he leaves the ball over the middle of the plate, he's hittable, right?
It's not about the height of the pitch. He's going to be thigh high.
That ball is up as well, and it's headed toward right center field. It's going to get down, get to the wall. Wright's on his way to third and getting the wave home. He will score as the throw from the outfield skipped past one of the infielders, so there was no relay throw. Beltran into third, and the Mets lead 1-0.
That was another pitch out over the plate, Earl. Hit perfectly into the right center field. The relay is set up nicely, but mishandled as the throw comes in on one hop. You're taught there, if it's a short hop, let it go. You have a trail man, or batted that ball down. Consequently, we have a man on third base now with one out. Oh, with two outs. Excuse me.
Double and an RBI for Beltran. And we're not sure yet if there's an error or just we're waiting for the official scoring on the play about how they're going to decide if Beltran got to third. But either way, it's 1-0 for the Mets here in the fifth inning. The two-out single by Wright, and then Beltran brings him in. Runner at third, two down for Jason Bay. And Bay lifts one in the air down the right field line. Francisco makes the catch. Inning over. The Mets, though, with the back-to-back two-out hits off Cliff Lee to take the lead. Is presented by Taco Bell. Bottom of the fifth here at beautiful Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia. The Mets have taken the lead on an RBI double in the top half of the inning by Carlos Beltran. Now Raul Ibanez, first pitch swing. Fly ball center field. One down for the Phillies here in the bottom of the fifth. By the way, just to clean up the last half inning, the official scoring on the play, an RBI double for Beltran and then a throwing error on Shane Victorino, allowing Beltran to go to third. But it is Beltran credited with the RBI on the double that drives in David Wright with the first run of the game.
It's one of the hardest errors for outfielders, I think. Because of a misplay by an infielder, you get an error.
Here's Pete Orr, and he'll take a strike at the knees. And now, just after we went to all of that trouble, the official score has changed the error. And instead of giving it to Victorino, he's given it to Orr.
Well,
better to get it right. Even on the second
they got
try.
it right, and the error part is the mental error of not backing up and making an easier hop or going out and getting it on the short hop and staying put. It's a tough play, but he created it himself.
Curveball line to first, 2 down.
Yeah, and actually, Earl, you have that trail man where you could just let that ball go. Let that trail man come up and get it on the long hop. That's why he's there.
So you're taught as the closer infielder to the throw, that if it's not the ideal hop, you let it go.
Exactly. If it's high, let it go. That's why the guy's back there. If it's low, let it go. Let him come up and get it on the bigger hop, big long hop.
And Pete Orr, I think, went for it because his game clock inside his head said, I'm the only one that has a chance to throw this guy out. So he went for it. And at that risk cost him an error.
Brian Schneider doubled into the right field corner his first time up. Sounds like he broke the bat as he lines it foul down the right side. Two outs, nobody on. The Phillies down to 1-0. They've won the first 2 games of this series. Chris Young pitching well tonight for the Mets. A guy who doesn't throw that hard, doesn't consistently keep the ball down, yet is awfully tough to hit. Just a .219 opponent's batting average. A real fly ball pitcher because he's up so much. And here's a fly ball down the left field line. Bay racing over, running out of room though. Oral, what do you think it is about Young? Why do guys not hit him harder? Why don't they see the ball better?
Well, they see the ball just fine, and that makes them want to swing the bat, but the ball ends up in a hard place to hit. And a hard place to hit doesn't necessarily always mean down. A hard place to hit can be up also. And so he pitches up in the strike zone and up and out of the strike zone at a velocity that makes the hitter think he can catch up to it, but they can't.
Nice low pitch count for Young so far. Took something off and he missed just low.
We have 2 pitchers tonight that pitch up in the strike zone. Cliff Lee pitches up but towards the edges, and Chris Young, he pitches up and out of the strike zone, and it's tempting enough to make hitters swing.
Got him. What a good inning for Young as the Phillies go in order. 1-0 Mets at the end of 5. A Baseball Tonight update when we come back.
Carl Ravitch with John Kruk and Barry Larkin as we rejoin you on Sunday Night Baseball. Only 2 hits for the Philadelphia Phillies, so we got a pitcher's duel going, and we're going to focus on the pitching performer of the day. Bud Norris of the Houston Astros into the 8th inning with 11 Ks in a 5-0 win over Ryan Braun, who went 0 for 3, Prince Fielder, and the rest of the Milwaukee Brewers. And guys, the other super pitching performances on Sunday, Gio Gonzalez of the A's against the Rangers.
Well, very good stuff. Got hurt there in the game. They had to come out and take a peek at him, but he stayed in and got enough innings to get him a win.
Dustin Mosley got some runs, and Felix Hernandez to no decision against the Boston Red Sox. All right, how does this thing play out? Why is Chris Young such a difficult guy to pick up?
Well, I think he hides the ball well from his height and throws it, up in the zone, which, Oral's right. It's tough to catch up.
Watch him pitch. He hides the ball in his right pocket.
It is an uncomfortable delivery simply because he's so tall. And his hitting speed is not comfortable. And Earl talked about not comfortable hitting speed.
All right, guys, we'll be here post-game. And, of course, we're coming back next week for the next Philly game on a Sunday night. And the home team so far on Sunday Night Baseball, Dan, you know this, is 4-0.
And we'll see if that continues here tonight, Carl. The Phillies are down 1-0 right now as we go to the 6th inning. Ike Davis will lead it off for the Mets. He has grounded out and struck out with Lee and Chris Young, our pitching matchup tonight. After Davis, it'll be Ronnie Paulino and Scott Hairston, the 6, 7, and 8 hitters in Terry Collins' New York Mets lineup. Collins in his first year as manager of the Mets. Previous stints managing the Astros and the Angels. And so just intense and passionate about the sport and his team, Bobby, when we visited with him before the game.
Yeah, he loves the game of baseball. He's been in it for over 40 years now, and he's trying to really understand what's going on in this town that he's working in and with this team that he's managing. It's a work in progress. Last year he was the minor leagues director, so he got to know a lot of the young guys. But the major league scene and working in New York is a totally different scene for him, and he's adjusting well.
Oh, 2 again, and it's there over the outside corner to get Davis for the first out of the inning. Second time that Davis is called out on strikes tonight. So who is Terry Collins? Managed 11 years in the minor leagues from 81 to 91. As we mentioned, he was previously the manager of the Astros and the Angels, and he managed against you a little bit in Japan, right?
Yeah, he didn't last too long over there. He really didn't like the culture. For a little guy, couldn't understand why. It's a little man's culture.
Here's Paulino. Lines it down the right field line. It is slicing foul.
Charlie Manuel did well over there.
He's a big guy, and it's a little guy's culture. He hit him far. He said they told him, you don't have to hit him to center field. It's a long way out there, right? He told us before the game, why don't you pull him because it's shorter down the line. He pulled a lot of them, and he's really, really well known and really well respected in Japan.
And what he learned over in Japan, he taught Mr. Ryan Howard. Because in Japan, they said you don't have to hit it 500 feet to right field. If you just hit it 345, and so get on top of the plate. And that tip over in Japan about Charlie when he was an active player, and he ended up hitting a lot more home runs because they tried to pitch him away, and he started going the opposite way. He's been asking Ryan Howard to get closer to the plate because of that tip through Charlie's career. And finally, Ryan has creeped up on the plate and is hitting the outside pitch more consistently.
The 0-2 curveball, and a swing and a foul off. Tuesday night at 8 Eastern, ESPN's Year of the Quarterback continues with the final episode of 3 for the Show. Follow Auburn's Cam Newton, Washington's Jake Locker, and Virginia Tech's Tyrod Taylor from their final collegiate games through draft night in New York. Then at 9 Eastern, join the conversation on ESPN Audibles. Inside with a cutter. You know, Lee, as we mentioned, won the Cy Young in 2008 with Cleveland. In 2007, things were going so badly. He went down to the minor leagues to try to work out his fastball command, refine his mechanics. Came back a different guy. Up the middle. Or with a long throw, but not in time as Howard is pulled off the bag. It'll be a base hit for Paulino.
And that's exactly the reason they got Paulino. He could hit left-handed pitching. He's going to be in there when the left-hander's on the mound. This is the first time he's in the Major League uniform of the New York Mets. He has 2 hits, and I think he can hit 300 against left-handers and help this staff out. Another pitch up in the zone, a little up and away. Probably broke his bat on it, but strong enough to get a base hit infield style.
And you can see the outstanding numbers, as Bobby mentioned, that Paulino has in his career against lefties. Scott Hairston, the batter, and he looks at a strike. The Mets with Angel Pagan on the DL right now. He was to have been, of course, the regular center fielder, but Hairston getting some platoon at bats in the absence of Pagan.
He's had a real tough time in left and right field, but they say he looks very comfortable in center.
Mets went on a 6-game winning streak that ended on Thursday. They've now lost their last 3 in a row, but after a terrible start to the season, 5-13, they won 6 in a row. Now have lost 3 in a row. Hairston drives the ball to center field and deep. Victorino will make the catch, backing into the fence.
Well, on the 100th pitch, another high pitch gets him a deep fly ball to about 398 feet. Cliff Lee, when he went down in 2007, it was about fastball command. His pitching coach was Carl Willis, the Cleveland Indians. He had 2 pitchers at the time, CC Sabathia and Cliff Lee. This guy is more competitive than CC Sabathia, Carl Willis said. But both of them, at the time when they struggled in their early part of their career, supported each other. When Cliff Lee had to go back to the minors, CC Sabathia was the one that challenged him and called him regularly when he was down there in Buffalo.
Chris Young swings, pops one up, foul territory, and an over-the-shoulder basket catch by Ryan Howard to end the inning. The Phillies will come up at the bottom of the 6th after the nice play by Howard defensively and see if they can get the bats going, trailing 1-0. Bottom of the 6th inning here in Philadelphia. The Mets 1 and the Phillies 0. Time now for our Weber Grill fan experience. And boy, they know how to experience food here in Philadelphia, as we talked about. They tailgate for baseball like most people do for football. All of the sports stadiums and arenas here in Philadelphia for the professional teams, they're all located in the same area. So if you come down here for an Eagles game,
Cy Young 2011,
a Phillies game, a Sixers game, a Flyers game, there's a lot going on, and sometimes 2 of the teams could be playing at the same time, and there are tens of thousands of cars and tailgating. Here just down in the downtown area, I guess not called the downtown area, off Broad Street by I-95. South Philly, our head researcher and Philadelphia resident Peter Pasquarelli tells us. The Eagles draft Danny Watkins, a former firefighter, in the 1st round of the NFL draft. The Flyers lose game 1 of the Eastern Conference semis to Boston 7-3. The Penn Relays as well. A lot going on here in Philadelphia.
Wasn't there a marathon or a running race that we had to kind of dodge today? The Broad, something like Broad Street.
A 10-mile race, I think, yep.
Yeah.
Marathon, yep.
We had to dodge might be a little bit strong.
Well, yeah, we did get through pretty cleanly.
Yeah,
thank goodness Peter got us that police escort.
Yeah. An 0-2 count on the lead. On a swing and a foul tip held by Paulino. Lee strikes out. 1 down. A very, very efficient Chris Young here tonight. The same cannot be said for Cliff Lee, mostly because of the 34 pitches he threw in the first inning. Back to the top of the order now for Shane Victorino, and guess what? Strike one.
Cliff Lee's had 27 balls fouled off tonight by the Mets, and that's the reason that his pitch count is also up. He hasn't been able to put people away.
Doesn't look as comfortable or as rhythmic as he usually does on the mound. Might have something to do with the new catcher that he's not familiar with. Earl, how does that work for a pitcher?
Sometimes it can get you a little anxious back there. You're not used to the body language and the target style.
Are you an advocate of personal catchers? If you're a Cliff Lee and Oral Hershiser type, do you get to pick your catcher?
I'm an advocate of a personal catcher if the manager wants to rest his catcher often.
There's a pop-up for Reyes, and called off at the last moment by Bay. 2 down.
When I was playing for Bobby and Mike Piazza was our catcher, if he wanted to rest Mike Piazza on a given day, I said, go ahead and do it on my days because I'll take Todd Pratt. Not because it was special for me, but because it was good for the rest of the staff to have a consistent catcher.
And interestingly enough, both pitchers are pitching to their catcher for the first time tonight. And there's 1 run scored, so I guess it's not that difficult.
Here's Polanco.
It's definitely not that difficult, but it's a good excuse every once in a while.
Yeah,
need it.
But it is the team within the team. And, and you really do have to have some kind of simpatico, and that does build during the game also.
Fly ball center field. And Young has now retired 9 in a row. 1-0 for the Mets at the end of 6. Top of the order for the Mets when we come back. Top 7. Game Track brought to you by USAA. Just 1 run of the game coming out of Carlos Beltran's RBI double with 2 down in the 5th inning off Cliff Lee. Lee's been good. Chris Young's been better. And the Mets trying to salvage the final game of this 3-game series. Will take this 1-run lead 2-7. Lee back on the mound, having thrown 100 pitches so far. And activity now in the Phillies' pen. Right-hander Michael Stutz is throwing. And it looks ready if they need him. Stutz got the call up when Jose Contreras went on the DL.
Dan, we have Jose Reyes leading off the inning again, and when the Mets scored, he led off the inning, had a 9-pitch at-bat, which led to the run being scored.
And there for a strike, 0-2.
He didn't get on, but he helped David Wright see a lot of pitches, get a lot of timing as he's watching from the hole, and got a mistake pitch that he drove over Ibanez's head for a single that he eventually scored on.
Look at live K on the 0-2 and the breaking ball. Foul it off. After Reyes, it'll be Justin Turner and then David Wright for the Mets here in the 7th inning.
See how David is turned sideways and looking at Cliff Lee like he's in the batter's box. He'll get his head up there right when he's actually practicing. Bobby, you talk about them timing from the hole, doing it right there on the bench.
The more you can do it, the better you are.
Off the glove of Lee, and no play at third for Polanco. That's a play Cliff Lee normally makes.
He normally makes it, and the rule for a third baseman on balls hit up the middle on the ground is to charge the mound. Polanco was just a little late charging the mound. Consequently, it's a base hit on the infield side.
Comes on an 0-2 pitch as well as Reyes reaches on a base hit, his second of the night. And now Turner. Polanco is even with a bag at third. Howard is in the vicinity of first base, holding on Reyes right now. But he's a good 2 to 3 feet inside of the bag, so he can catch that throw, but there's not really a whole lot, Bobby, he can do with it.
No, he can't tag the runner out, and that was just a courtesy throw to see if the Turner was bunting, and he was. He showed bunt as Cliff Lee came up with his leg, so now the defense should be aware that the sacrifice is on. Whoops. It's a good deke. It's a good deke. As he threw to first, he showed bunt just slightly. Cliff Lee thought it was a bunt, threw a high fastball. Maybe go to the hit and run now.
The bunt, and it's bunted foul, the ball and a strike. In a game like this, every run's so important. Can the Mets execute? Get Reyes into scoring position. Of course, he's potentially capable of getting there himself if he tries to steal the bag.
Well, he's 8 for 10, but off a lefty like Lee, probably not that same ratio. It'll be easier for him to steal third than second off Cliff Lee.
One around, 1-2.
Well, you would think, though, that they try to bunt this run into scoring position with David Wright and Carlos Beltran having good at-bats against Cliff Lee, getting another run on the board if you can. I think Reyes can steal second base if he just watches that front side, because it's not a quality move that he has to first. He just varies the timing on his pitch to home.
And he got him. The pitch held on to by Schneider, so Turner strikes out, 1 down. ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell, is brought to you by Ford Service. See your Ford dealer for expertise, convenience, and value. A 1-0 lead for the Mets. We're in the top of the 7th here in Philadelphia. Jose Reyes is at first with 1 out. Here's David Wright, 2 for 3, singled and scored. The only run of the game his last time up. That was back in the 5th. And a strike at the knees. You know, one of the things that's come up every now and again, we talked about Beltran, Reyes being in the final years of their contract. Wright is not. But one of the things that's been tossed around in New York is whether the Mets would even consider trading David Wright at this point in order to replenish the system and start looking ahead, reducing some payroll. Runner goes, swing and a miss, throw down is high, and Reyes steals it.
Interesting how Jose Reyes stole that base. He saw that Cliff Lee was going to go with his quick move constantly, so it's either going to be a quick move or a pick off to first that's a slow. So he takes a walking lead and he goes on first movement. And the reason he did that is because Cliff is either going to lob it to first or he's going to go to home quick, but it doesn't matter if you go quick if I get a long lead and go on your first move.
Exactly.
So he played the game. I've seen you do two things.
Hot shot down to third. Polanco makes the play. Now Reyes heading for third and is in there without a throw.
Good base running by Reyes. He read the throw and then knew that his speed could make it to third base.
Well,
Polanco keeps the ball in front of him as it's hit off the bat. Reyes reads it and then goes as soon as the ball is thrown to first base. Good job there and good no throw by Ryan Howard.
And what a difference for the Mets, Oro, when Reyes is healthy and playing like the guy he was 3-4 years ago.
Yeah, he can wreak havoc, and if they would have got him over earlier.
Beltran lifts a lazy fly ball to left field. Getting over. So they'll strand Reyes at third. 7th inning stretch in Philadelphia. It remains the Mets 1 and the Phillies 0.
Far. The idea is, we love you, brother, but not here, not now.
This is a very big inning for Mr. Young.
6'10", he'll handle.
They call it the city of brotherly love, where the promise of the equality of all was born. Right here, Philadelphia. But you can only carry that brotherly love business so far. The idea is, we love you, brother, but not here, not now.
The statue of Hall of Famer Mike Schmidt outside beautiful Citizens Bank Park as we welcome you back to, as mentioned, the city of brotherly love. 1-0 lead for the Mets. Chris Young on the mound tonight. Let's take a look at some of the action momentarily for Chris Young tonight. He has been terrific. He has given up just 2 hits through 6 innings. And as we mentioned, he is and always has been an extreme fly ball pitcher. Pitches up in the zone. Gets a lot of outs up in the air. Jimmy Rollins will lead it off here. That means Ryan Howard's on deck. Big inning here for Young. Defensive change for the Mets. Jason Pridey takes over for Scott Hairston out in center field. Rollins tonight. As you see Ryan Howard waiting in the on-deck circle. Rollins has walked and flied out.
Chris Young has pitched so well. The Met fans are excited, but no one's more excited than his college coach, Scott Bradley, ex-New York Yankee and Seattle Mariner catcher. The Big Green is proud tonight.
Rollins tried to hold up on the swing but couldn't. 1-2. Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell from Philadelphia. The Mets leading the Phillies 1-0 after the Phillies have taken the first 2 games of the series. Great pitching matchup tonight between Chris Young of the Mets, who's been outstanding. Cliff Lee has been pretty good, but he has given up 1 run tonight on an RBI double by Carlos Beltran that cashed in David Wright back in the 5th inning. The Fanatic is working hard here to try to rally the offense in the bottom of the 7th.
That's another version of the Big Green right there, but not the Dartmouth version.
Got him. Slow breaking ball, and again another kind of funny looking swing there from Jimmy Rollins for the strikeout. Now Ryan Howard, and this might be the Phillies' best chance. Howard has grounded out and flied out. He's got 6 homers and 27 RBIs on the season as the Mets put the shift on as always.
So this is a rally right here.
Him at the plate? Yeah.
Howard at the plate. Philly rally. Got a man in scoring position.
Upstairs.
That's what Reggie Jackson used to say, right? Every time I come to the plate, there's a man in scoring position, and here's Ryan Howard.
The thinner, leaner, closer to the plate, Ryan Howard, taking care of his diet now.
You don't think he's wolfing down cheesesteaks during ball games like we did tonight?
He is not. He thinks his playing weight is around 235 to 240, and he's about at 242-ish right now. He's watching his sugar intake. He's watching his diet. He's very serious about what he puts in his body now. He wants to play for a long time and keep producing these numbers.
Lays off. 2 balls and a strike.
Says without the sugar, his body recovers a lot quicker. He feels a lot more limber during the game.
I don't think the Fanatic is laying off the sugar.
No, I don't
that
think so,
body
yeah.
type behind him. That was the old Ryan Howard.
Outside. Since 2006, Ryan Howard's hit more home runs than anybody else in baseball. 19 more than Albert Pujols, who is second.
So is this an intentional walk right here?
Unintentional, intentional.
3-2.
I'll tell you what, he's going soft away for a ball and then inside off the plate, making it very hard for Ryan to keep it fair. Princeton grad. Only 2 pitchers since post-World War II have won 50 games or more from the Ivy Leagues. Chris Young trying to do that tonight. Be the 3rd one.
Howard draws the walk. Let's take a look now at our pro tips, brought to you by Cabot Wood Stains.
He's trying to win from the Ivy League, but he's trying to do it up in the strike zone. He hides the ball very well. Very inefficient to put your glove that high, but it's very deceptive for him because the ball comes right out of that black glove. And then he doesn't throw the ball downhill. He throws the ball level. The hitters have a tough time getting on top of it. They pop it up or hit fly balls, and they've hit a lot tonight. They've hit 9 flyouts.
Runner at first, one out. Ben Francisco is the batter, but he'll take a strike. Francisco tonight has struck out twice against Young, who had retired 10 in a row before the walk to Howard.
Earl, Jim Palmer had a similar glove action, way up high with a high leg kick, though.
And a breaking ball smoked down the left field line, but just foul.
A lot of times they say throw the breaking ball away, but if you leave a breaking ball inside, once again, it's just a strike.
You have to make sure you throw those breaking balls inside to the severe pull hitters. Those guys that are going oppo or up the middle, that's not a good pitch.
And finally, Young gets the call. It's the sign he's looking for. They're coming inside. And up and in. He hits Francisco on an 0-2 pitch.
You're right, Dan. Molino was set up way inside. He wanted to throw a ball in there, maybe get him to swing at a bad pitch. Obviously, ball got away from him. Here's Dan Martin, the pitching coach. So set up inside. Here it comes. Can't get out of the way of that. And why not wear an elbow guard? I hate that feeling right there. You live with that for the next 3 days. It swells up. You have to play with it all swollen, maybe not at 82 or the way you threw, Earl, but when those hard guys hit you there, it hurts.
Oh, I thought when you said 82, you're talking about your age.
Activity now in the Mets pen. The right-hander is Pedro Beato. The left-hander is Tim Burdick. The pitch count is not high for Young, as you can see. Young was out with some biceps tendonitis, so this is just his 4th start of the season, 2nd since coming back off injury. And he misses high to Raul Ibanez.
And if ever anyone was due, 0 for 32, Dan. Charlie likes the way he's swinging the bat. He thinks he's hit a lot of balls hard, made outs on him.
Missed outside, falls behind 2-0. Last hit for Ibanez, April the 18th. Well, you have to go back to early April for his last extra base hit. Howard at second. Francisco at first, 1-0 Mets. And a swing and a bouncer foul, 2-1. Ibanez will turn 39 in June. Last year, hit .275 with 16 homers. 2 years ago, hit .272 with 34 homers. So he's not that far removed from some very successful seasons. Two and two. Yes, he did, and he knew it. 2 down. Oh, for his last 33.
Off speed away. Remember the first 2 pitches before that? Fastballs in that he turned on quickly. Chris Young then takes the bat speed and aggressiveness. Throws one that looks down the middle, ends up blown away, and gets him out front.
Some of the fans can hardly bear to look. The Phillies unable to score a run so far tonight. Here's Pete Orr. 2 on, 2 out in the bottom of the 7th. A ground out and a line out for Orr tonight. Howard is the runner at second. He represents the tying run. Francisco is the runner at first. And the breaking ball stays high. Better than 45,000 here tonight. Another sellout. Changeup swung on and missed. 1-1.
Earl, when you're sitting in the dugout watching a guy like Chris Young pitch, it's hard to tell when he's losing his stuff. Because usually you watch a guy, if the ball gets up in the zone, he's losing it. That's where he pitches. You'll watch the velocity come down, but he doesn't have much velocity. So it's really hard to judge from the dugout.
Fouled out of play. 1-2 on Orr. Chris Young, they signed to a 1-year deal. Didn't spend a whole lot of money on him. So if Terry Collins can get himself a a viable, say, top 3 starter in the rotation, or this guy's a bargain.
He's definitely a bargain. He's 15 games above 500 in his career. He has a 3.77 ERA as a pitcher in his career. It's all about health. Remember, this is the young man that got hit in the face with a line drive, spent a lot of time on the DL from that, has a scar between his eyes and on his nose now from that. He's never one to light up a radar gun. He's never one that scouts are going to put a huge stamp of approval on to go major and get him. But he's smart. He never really balks at pressure. He has the poise to execute a pitch in the crucial situation. And with his stuff, he has to execute a lot of them, because he does pitch in some jams, and he will back himself into corners. But he never gives in.
Does he think a base is open right now with men on first and second?
He definitely knows that a base is open. Somebody at home saying no, it isn't, and I'm telling you, third base is open even with first and second.
Moore looks it over and takes outside. 3-2. Young again with a changeup away. Changeup away. Hasn't thrown a fastball yet in the at-bat to Orr. Runners will be on the move. 3-2 pitch, change up, low, ball 4, and the bases are loaded. Without the benefit of a base hit here in the inning. David Wright in for a quick visit on the mound with the Young. Brian Schneider is the batter. Pinch hitter on deck, John Mayberry Jr. out of the pitcher spot.
Had a big home run last night. Tie the game.
What do you see, Earl?
I see 2 pitches that I thought he was getting for strikes earlier in the game, but my heart might have been in it because I helped this kid break into the big leagues when I was pitching coach for the Texas Rangers.
Pops him up, back of the plate, and out of play, 2-1.
You know, you teach ground ball pitchers to throw it down the middle with movement when you're backed into a fastball count. Chris Young backed into a fastball count, down the middle, up. He goes to a place that's easy to hit for the hitter, but it's hard to get to. The hitter wants to swing the bat, but it's in a tough place to hit.
Went to that place again. Gets a swing and a foul, back out of play, 2-2.
Easy to see for the hitter.
Yes.
But not easy to hit. Not many left-handed hitters in particular hit the ball up above their belt very well. And a lot of right-handed hitters don't either when it has a little more juice on it. But at 84 miles an hour, he can throw that pitch.
Bases loaded, 2 down. Bottom of the 7th inning, a 1-0 lead for the Mets. Oh, he went on the appeal to third. Lance Barksdale, after a long delay, finally the signal goes down to third. He says Schneider went, and Young strikes him out as the Phillies leave the bases loaded here in the 7th inning. One more look going to break. Charlie Manuel's out to argue. Didn't like the call, but the call stands. And the inning is over. Bank Park, the Phillies loaded the bases. 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th. 2-2 pitch to Brian Schneider. And on appeal, Lance Barksdale, the third base umpire, said he went. Inning was over. Charlie Manuel got tossed out when he was still about 60 feet away from Barksdale. So Charlie's done. Schneider's disappointed. The Phillies still haven't scored a run. And they're trailing going to the 8th inning as Michael Stutz comes in out of the Phillies bullpen to face Jason Bay, who pops one up for Pete Orr. 1 down. Stutz just made his major league debut last week, April the 25th at Arizona. Was called up from the minors when Jose Contreras went on the DL.
Fastball slider. Slider actually pretty big. Looks like a curveball.
Well, get ready to analyze the next pitcher. That's all for Stutz. Left-hander Antonio Bastardo is coming in for the Phillies pen with 1 out here in the Mets 8th. The MLB Fan Cave in New York City had more special guests stop by this week, including Arizona Diamondbacks Justin Upton and Chris Young. Played some pool and some air hockey. Also White Sox Gordon Beckham and Adam Dunn signed in, played some shuffleboard, watched some TV. There's Mike O'Hara and Ryan Wagner, the two lucky fans. They share their experiences all season long in the cave. Check in with them at MLBFancave.com. 8th inning here in Philadelphia. Still 1-0 for the Mets. Hitting the Phillies 8-2. The Mets batting here at the top of the 8th, and they'll face a new pitcher now. Ike Davis, left-handed batter, comes up. Left-hander Antonio Bastardo. Nasty stuff coming into the game for the Phillies, and the reason he's in, that right there. Look at the job that he does on left-handed hitters. His role has really increased. The injuries to Lidge and Contreras. Bastardo got a chance to close out a game, but generally working in this kind of a role, close games, coming in to face a left-handed batter or two.
I think he has a future as a closer, Dan. Has the stuff to do it and the makeup also.
Good young left-handed pitcher. Good young left-handed batter. And you can see one of the challenges for Ike Davis is to start hitting lefties a little bit better. Just a .194 on the season. Nasty slider.
Really nasty slider. And you could see that Ike wanted no part of that. He was on his heels. He automatically bails just a little, meaning he steps open when he strides. But against left-handers, he does it even more so.
Ooh, boy. This does not look like a comfortable at bat for a left-handed batter.
Future closer.
I love that look from that low home camera, just to see it come in there like the hitter's eye. That ball, when it was about 15 feet in front of the plate, looked like a fastball, and then all of a sudden it was low and left.
Another slider, and it's bounced foul. Is there any deception with Bastardo, or is this just the stuff that makes that slider so tough to hit?
Well, right there, it just looks like it's the break. It's not exactly, super deceptive delivery, but the break is very sharp and very big.
Not a big guy, listed at 5'11", 25 years of age, from the Dominican Republic. Down and away. Nobody up in the Phillies pen right now, with the right hand hitting Ronnie Paulino's on deck for the Mets. Fastball down and away, full count. The Mets a run on 8 hits, no errors. The Phillies no runs, 2 hits, 1 error that did not figure into the scoring. The only run of the game coming back in the 5th. When with 2 outs, David Wright scored from first on an RBI double by Carlos Beltran.
This look, Bobby, is a great teaching element for the kids at home about how you have to start your swing before you see the ball. Because if you wait to swing until you see the ball, you got no chance.
You have to start.
You have to start early
before he even brings it forward. Absolutely. And he walked him after getting ahead in the count.
Getting ahead 1-2 and really making him look silly on a couple of pitches.
They really went to strikeout pitches when he really had the strikeout pitch. He was already throwing at the one that was a breaking ball almost over the plate. He kept trying to walk him off the plate, and Ike Davis showed great discipline in not offering at any of those pitches.
The Mets looking to extend the lead here in the top of the 8th inning. The batter is Paulino, who hits lefties as well as just about anybody, as we showed you earlier. Fastball up and away for ball 1.
And with that at bat, Terry Collins before the game mentioned the adjustments that Ike Davis makes during the game, and he made an adjustment during the at bat there. He was wailing and bailing, and then he was taking.
Slider misses inside, Jim Wolf says, and the count is 2-0.
Here's where Ike Davis could really maybe take advantage of a young pitcher on the mound behind 2-0 to a right-handed hitter. He might be able to go on first move. He might not pay attention to him over there.
Out of play down the right side, 2-1.
I think with a little more experience, he might be able to do something like that, Earl. But in this case, he's going to just be safe at first base. And he doesn't have the foot speed that you'd like to have for someone who's going to surprise someone in a 1-0 game. But you're exactly right. They're not going to throw over.
Two and two. Well, the Mets trying to snap a 3-game losing streak here tonight. They've got a record of 11-16 on the season.
And after that 6-game winning streak, Dan, I'm sorry, you don't want to give it back, right?
Yep.
You want to stop it here to get on the plus side.
The 2-2 on the way. Up the middle, that's a base hit for Paulino. And Davis up to second. So the Mets with something going now. First and second, just 1 out here in the 8th inning. And Jason Pridey will come up for the first time after coming on defensively in center field an inning ago for Scott Hairston. And Rich Doobie, the pitching coach, is on his way out to the mound.
Bastardo does not put Ike Davis away with breaking balls and then gets 2-2 with Paulino and a right-hander against a left-hander. It's a little different. Up, kind of cutting in there like a Cliff Lee pitch, but Paulino, who got hits off of Cliff Lee, also did a great job getting inside of that ball, clearing his hips, getting his hands closer to his body to allow the barrel of the bat to square the ball up and drive it into center field.
So first and second, 1 out for the Mets, and here's Pridey. Let's see if Bastardo goes right back to that slider now that he's got a left-handed batter in there again. Fastball for a strike.
Wright replaced Harrison on the defensive side. I'm sure this isn't exactly what T. Collins was hoping for when he made that move.
Mets 0 for 7 tonight with runners in scoring position.
Well, you can see why the Phillies are so high on this young man. A 93-mile-an-hour fastball. He pours it right in there in a key situation here, first and second, and then he comes right back with an 87-mile-an-hour slider that had great depth.
And he gets him. 85-mile-an-hour slider away, 2 down.
Well, the first one had good tilt and stayed on the plate, and the second one he went with a little bit more of a drop down sweeper to take it off the plate for the strikeout. A little bigger, wider breaking slider, a nice adjustment, in-game adjustment for a pitcher to make. We talk about hitters making adjustments, pitchers make adjustments on the angles and speed. Even though it was the same signal, a 3 for a slider, it was a different break and a different speed.
Here's Chin Lung Hu, 1 for 12 with the Mets this year, coming up to pinch hit. And a swing and a miss, 0-1, overmatched by a 95-mile-an-hour fastball on the first pitch that he sees. Kyle Kendrick is up now in the Phillies pen. The Phillies carrying 6 relievers right now, which is, I mean, nobody does that anymore. There was a time when you only had 9 pitchers on your whole staff, but most teams are now carrying 12 pitchers. Right now the Phillies are only carrying 11 because of the injury to Carlos Ruiz. They brought up another catcher, Dane Sardinia, but they haven't put Ruiz on the DL, feeling it just will require a few days for his back to get better. So they sent down a pitcher, Zagurski, Mike Zagurski, out of the pen, so they've only got 6 relievers ready. Meanwhile, the Mets, they're winning this game, but they could have more. They have had their opportunities going way back to the first inning when they loaded the bases and couldn't get anything done. One-two, and Who fights it off. Cliff Lee, the starter for the Phillies tonight, a 34-pitch first inning. Gave up the only run of the game in the 5th inning. Ristardo trying to keep it at just a 1-run deficit here in the 8th.
Dan, when you said who fights it off, I was going to tell you who did.
What if he was up first?
We're on the verge of an Abbott and Costello routine, is what you're
I
saying?
had to hit the cough button. Yeah. I started to crack up a little bit. Who comes down to get the check when who gets paid? We'll not go there.
First and second, 2 down. 2-2 pitch. Ooh. I think that hit both definitely hit the umpire. I think it got Schneider before it hit Jim Wolf. But it definitely got Wolf. No damage done. Again, the 2-2. Got it. The Mets have left 11 men on as Ristardo gets out of it. Just a 1-0 lead for the New York Mets heading to the bottom of the 8th. Bottom of the 8th inning here at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, the home of the cheesesteak, the home of the Fanatic, the home of the Phillies, who have just 2 hits tonight. We'll see if they can get anything going here in the bottom of the 8th against Jason Isringhausen, who came up with the Mets in 1995 and is back with them again this year. Didn't pitch at all last year, but is doing well and has become the setup guy, the 8th inning guy for the Mets. This is high with a fastball for ball 1 to John Mayberry Jr. His dad, affectionately known as Big John, spent a lot of years with the Kansas City Royals, had some good years with the Toronto Blue Jays as well. A big left-handed hitting, power hitting first baseman. And yesterday, Mayberry against Jonathan Neese got a hanging breaking ball, and he hit it out to tie the game at 1. The Phillies would go on to win the game 2-1. Mayberry batting in the number 9 spot, the pitcher spot. So Victorino Polanco after him. The Phillies down to 1-0 in the 8th. There's a cutter, I guess it was, from Jason Isringhausen that just got away from him, wound up way outside and all the way to the backstop. Ryan Madsen up in the Phillies pen. Way down and away again. 3-1 to Isringhausen, really laboring right now. Stan Warthen, the pitching coach, looks on. 16 years ago, Bobby, Jason Isringhausen made his major league debut with the New York Mets and was part of a trio of young talented pitchers that were supposed to be the foundation for that team. I inherited those 3 in 1996. Made Jason a relief pitcher in 1999. Pulsifer and Paul Wilson, the others. Bill Pulsifer and Paul Wilson. Swing and a miss, 3-2. He's a great kid. He was a free spirit. He wanted to throw the ball through the wall every time he threw it. He learned as the years went on, and just a terrific kid, the kind of kid you always want to have around.
Terry Collins tells us he made a huge impact in the locker room and especially in the bullpen, hanging out with the guys with now his veteran presence.
He lost him. And Isringhausen really visibly frustrated with himself. And visibly anything but fluid oil right now. Looks like his elbow or shoulder or something is bothering him. Left-hander Tim Burdack up in the Mets pen. Top of the order, Shane Victorino. The Phillies had an opportunity last inning, loaded the bases with 2 outs without the benefit of a hit. But then Ryan Schneider struck out to end the inning as Victorino bunts it foul. The Phillies trying to get the tying run into scoring position here in the bottom of the 8th. Phillies with just 2 hits tonight, a double by Schneider in the 3rd and a single by Polanco, who's on deck right now to lead off the 4th. That's it. Victorino gets it down and will get it done. Well, not a textbook bunt, but it did the job. Izzy bounced off the mound. He's a very good athlete, and I think if he was more familiar with the catcher, he might have been able to throw that ball to second base, but he got the sure out with a 1-run lead. He's going to keep that tying run at second, but make sure that it's not going to allow the go-ahead run to get on base. ESPN Sunday Night Baseball is presented by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. And in part by Kellogg's Frosted Flakes cereal. They're great, as they say. Great. You do that next week. You do a better job of it than I do. Here's Polanco. And if you're the Phillies, or I know if you're Bobby Valentine, and if you're running the Phillies, This is the guy you want at the plate right now. A clutch hitter. Seems like he always has been.
We can guarantee one thing: he's going to put the ball in play. He is not going to strike out.
Well, he's already struck out 5 times this year.
Well, okay, in a month.
42 hits and 5 strikeouts so far this season.
I'm not going out on a limb.
I'm with you, bro. Good at bat and solid contact.
Rollins waiting on deck. Howard behind him. Got a piece of the slow curveball. The count is 1-2. Polanco hitting just under 400 on the season, a career .303 hitter, and hit a career high .341 with the Tigers back in 2007. So he's got a track record. The tying run at second base, 1 out in the bottom of the 8th. And they get a piece. Stays alive again, fighting off that curveball. Boy, he's got some good numbers, doesn't he? Tough out.
Puts it in play.
Yeah.
And when you put it in play, the odds are in your favor. Maybe it'll drop in.
That's an incredible batting average. It's early in the season with 2 strikes to be hitting over 300, close to 400. Those are very good knuckle curveballs as he's throwing them there, though. Bust them up top now.
Cutter away, 2-2. More activity in the Mets pen now. Francisco Rodriguez, K-Rod is up. So potentially the closer coming on in the 8th inning, depending on how things go this inning. Shallow left center field. Backpedaling Reyes. And he makes the catch. Had to juggle it before finally keeping it in his mitt for the second out.
You would think Friday would get in on this ball. It's curving away from him. He gets snow cones it and then catches it on the rebound. Very good athletic move right here to catch it on the second bounce out of his glove.
The highs and lows of being a fan with your rally cap on here, hoping for a ball to drop in. Jimmy Rollins is the batter. 2 outs now with a tying run at second. Curveball low. Bobby Parnell was the 8th inning guy for the Mets at the beginning of the season. He's now on the DL in Isringhausen, who just came out of nowhere. Came into camp and started throwing, and Terry Collins told us before the game on the 3rd pitch that he saw, he was convinced. He said, okay, I'm good. Philly's looking for that one big hit, one clutch hit to bring in a run here. Taking all the way there, Bob? Looked like it.
I wouldn't think so, but it sure did look like it. He's got to want to drive this run in. He's batting 3rd. He's an MVP.
Big curveball, 2-2. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. The Mets clinging to a 1-0 lead over the Phillies. We're at the bottom of the 8th inning at Citizens Bank Park. The 2-2 pitch. Rollins looks it over low. The count is full. Ryan Howard is on deck.
Okay, so if we read the baseball book, there's a 1-run lead. There's Ryan Howard on deck. It's a 3-2 count. You just missed with a breaking ball. You have to throw a fastball here, don't you? That's what the book says.
You got a few hitters to get one out, and I think Jason is not going to give in.
Goes with a curveball, and it's pulled foul.
Unbelievable. So what does it matter that the big guy's on deck? What does all that matter? We're just going to get it out.
It matters if a veteran pitcher is on the mound that has a brain. He decides, between the two of you, you're going to have to hit my best stuff. And he decided to go with the breaking ball and fool Jimmy.
And he missed away with a breaking ball. He puts the go-ahead run on for the major league leader in RBIs. You're baffled. You're stupefied. You don't know what to say.
Well, I'm just glad I'm not in the dugout. Let me put it that way. And Terry Collins is feeling the same way. Now he's going to bring his only left-hander out of the pen.
Isringhausen can't get out of the inning. Here comes Burdack to face Howard. Big moment coming up in Philly. Friday night, Ryan Howard with not one, but two long home runs off Met pitching. The second one, a grand slam. He drove in 6 runs on the night, giving him 27 RBIs already on the season to lead the major leagues, and he's got a chance to drive in some more right here. It's a nail-biter. The Mets leading the Phillies 1-0 in the bottom of the 8th inning. 2 outs. And the Phillies have 2 men on as left-hander Tim Burdack comes into the game. Left-handed hitters have just 4 hits in 21 at-bats this season off Burdack. And if you're a left-handed reliever, as you see Mayberry out at second, Rollins is the runner at first. I mean, this is where you earn your money, right, Bobby? This is what the lefty's supposed to do. He's supposed to come in and get out the tough left-handed batter. And he has done that in his career against Ryan Howard. Breaking ball for a strike. Many of the sellout crowd, of better than 45,000, are standing now here at Citizens Bank Park. Their Phillies have kind of teased them and toyed with them tonight, especially in the last 2 innings. They've only got 2 hits in this game. They've got 3 hits in this game. Mayberry getting the wave. The throw from Bay, not in time, and the Phillies have tied it. The Mets lead is gone. Tim Burdack is gone. Ryan Howard with his major league leading 28th RBI of the season has tied it as K-Rod makes his way in. Now the closer in the 8th on the road in a tie as he comes into this game here in Philadelphia.
Back-to-back breaking balls. Ryan Howard hits the second one. The first one was a little higher. The second one, he didn't try and do too much with it. Remember, closer to the plate, handling the outside pitch better. A short, little compact swing, just trying to put it in play. Charlie Manuel, the skipper, says, Ryan, you don't have to hit it 350 feet, 500 feet. Just place some base hits out there every once in a while in a key situation. More RBIs and a tie game.
Those long strides of Mayberry allowing him to come in and score the tying run. Rollins went around to third as Citizens Bank Park erupts here in Philadelphia. Just the 3rd hit of the game, but it has tied it at 1. And now K-Rod is into the game for the New York Mets, with Ben Francisco due up for the Phillies.
Terry Collins is a longtime friend of mine, and I know, Bobby, you know him very well, but I've got to ask, if you're going to bring K-Rod in a tie game, why don't you bring him in when they're ahead?
Well, he's right down there to dugout. I wonder if he'll answer the phone if we call right now. I got his number. I could call because I'd like that answered myself. I'd really like to know why a guy with 5 RBIs in Jimmy Rollins doesn't get a fastball on 3 and 2.
That's true, too.
Why that situation could possibly be allowed. He's leading the major leagues in RBIs. He's standing out there on deck. You got a rookie and a left-hander in the bullpen that you're going to rest the game on. I don't really get that whole situation. And now you're looking at Chris Young not getting a win and maybe the Mets not getting a win. And you don't have much left in the bullpen either.
Yeah, you walk the leadoff hitter, you walk Rollins to get to Howard, and then Howard gets the hit.
Now Francisco, a couple of strikeouts, and he's also been hit by a pitch. First and third, 2 outs. The Phillies have just tied it. If you're just joining us here in the bottom of the 8th. And a foul back. K-Rod's stuff is not quite what it was a few years ago. The breaking ball not as sharp, the fastball not as much velocity. You saw that first pitch fastball was at 90. And he used to be up 94, 95. Yes, he did. 0-2.
He was predominantly a fastball, curveball pitcher as he came up with the Angels and dominated and then moved on to the closer here. He's always developed that changeup, and it has become an out pitch for him.
Good block there.
First time he's seen the action on that changeup. Polino behind the plate, got down, blocked it.
Well, of all the pitchers that we thought of, the ones he hasn't seen that would be hard to catch, it's the guy on the mound right there.
Two and two.
He almost got handcuffed on that one.
Boy, now you think back, too, to all the missed opportunities the Mets had. All the extra runners the men left on. Howard will rumble into second on the wild pitch. So second and third, 2 down, and a full count now on Francisco. K-Rod's future, one of the subplots for the Mets this year. If he finishes 55 games, that triggers a $17.5 million extension for next year. So Terry Collins says he's managing to win the game. He'll use K-Rod however he thinks he should to win the game. And he just missed inside. Bases are loaded.
And they're booing Raul Ibanez before he gets into the box.
Is it a boo or is it Raul?
I think it's a boo. I could be wrong.
Bases loaded, 2 down. Ibanez 0 for 3 tonight, 0 for his last 33. Rollins is at third. Ryan Howard, who single tied the game, is at second. Ben Francisco is at first. Ball 1.
He's got a chance to turn the frowns upside down right here, huh?
Ibanez with a lot of experience against K-Rod at closers. Faced him 26 times. 7 hits, 10 strikeouts. Took something off. 1 and 2.
You know, even though he's in the middle of a huge slump, he's still in the 6th hole in the order. And that's an RBI slot. That's a responsible slot. And that's where Charlie Manuel still wants it.
Doesn't have a lot of choices behind him, bro.
Out of play.
Yeah, Reyes in the lineup are able to play. He's got Ord. He has Snyder. And I think this is his best bet of getting a hit. He'd take any kind of hit right here, went around. Broken back.
Lays off, 2 and 2. Ground ball to second, inning over. The Phillies, though, do get the 1 run on the base hit by Ryan Howard. They have tied it at 1 at the end of 8 innings here in Philadelphia. This on the ball game. ABC News is reporting that Osama bin Laden has been killed. And a presidential news conference is upcoming momentarily. We ask all of you to go to your ABC stations for further details on that situation. For those of you staying with us, we'll be back for the 9th inning momentarily here in Philadelphia with the game tied at 1. Phillies are tied at 1. John Mayberry Jr. stays in the game in left field. Raul Ibanez is out, and the new pitcher for the Phillies is Ryan Madsen. So Mayberry in the 9th spot. Madsen goes into the 6th spot in the lineup as we go to the 9th. Madsen, a guy, of course, who's had a lot of success in a variety of roles, really, for the Phillies, working mostly as a 7th or 8th inning guy. But right now he is the interim closer, if you will, for the Phillies, with both Brad Lidge and Jose Contreras on the DL. He comes on in a tie game here in the top of the 9th inning once you reach this point of the game, and you're the home team, no more save situation. So Madsen comes on to face the top of the Met lineup, beginning with Jose Reyes, who is 2 for 4 tonight. And a strike. Reyes with some pretty good numbers in his career against Madsen, including a couple of home runs. Polanco in on the grass at 3rd. Mets and Phillies tied at 1. Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell. The Mets got their run in the top of the 5th. The Phillies answered on a base hit by Ryan Howard in the bottom of the 8th. As Reyes pulls one down to first, and a terrific play by Howard to keep the speedster off the bases.
Drop a few pounds, take care of your body, speed up your reactions, and get on the ball. And he can now. Ryan Howard did a nice job keeping that ball in front of him.
And a lot of managers play right on the line in that situation. Here, 9th inning, tie score. Ryan was a little off the line, worried about the bunt, and not standing on the line. He made that play.
Daniel Murphy will come up to pinch hit for Justin Turner. He'll take his place at second base. Murphy, a guy still trying to find himself defensively. He's played some first, second, and third. He's a second baseman right now, predominantly for the Mets, but he can swing the bat.
Got a chant of USA as the news goes through the crowd.
Again, ABC News is reporting that Osama bin Laden has been killed, and as Bobby said, it's obviously making its way around the stadium here. And again, for further details, tune to your local ABC affiliate. Two and two. The Mets out hitting the Phillies 9-3. But the Mets have left at least one man on in every single inning tonight. They've left a total of 11 on for the first 8 innings. Foul ball. And really probably the key at bat of the night, I think you would agree, Bobby, is the walk to Jimmy Rollins immediately preceding the base hit by Ryan Howard.
No doubt in my mind.
And Jimmy did a good job fighting off a few curveballs from Jason Isringhausen, giving Ryan a chance to hit a breaking ball to left field and score the tying run.
The 2-2. Got it. 96 mile an hour, letter high fastball, 2 down.
Just when you go back to that Rollins at bat, not to beat a dead horse, but he threw him a 2-0 fastball right down the middle. And Jimmy took it.
Right.
He worked the count to 3-2 and threw him not one breaking ball, but 2 and walked him. And right now he's probably in the clubhouse thinking, why did I do that?
Madsen with a couple of outs. Now he'll face David Wright. Wright 2 for 4. He has scored the lone Mets run tonight. Mets trying to avoid a 4-game losing streak as Wright takes it high. Yeah, it's an odd feeling in the ballpark right now, to be perfectly honest with you, at home. Some of the crowd chanting USA, USA, obviously aware of the news, as ABC News is reporting that Osama bin Laden has been killed. Other people probably have no idea what's going on. Maybe the people who have the least idea of all is the players who are wondering what the heck's going on right now.
Exactly.
I would think in the bottom half of the inning that the USA chant will get stronger because it's going word of mouth around the stadium, person to person, of why it's happening. And the next time the chant starts, we get more and more voices.
1-2. On their feet in support of Madsen here in Philadelphia. The Mets are off tomorrow. They'll begin a series back at home against the Giants, the injury-riddled Giants, on Tuesday. The Phillies are also off tomorrow. They'll start a series here at home against Washington on Tuesday. 2-2. And this is high, a full count on David Wright. Just missed outside of the knees. And a base runner for the Mets here in the ninth inning in a 1-1 tie. And here's Carlos Beltran. And you can see, obviously, with their Blackberries or iPhones, the news is spreading.
It's almost a where were you when, Dan.
Yeah.
You know, I remember where I was, and I know everybody does, when the towers were hit. And now we know where we were when he died.
10 years later. Osama bin Laden reportedly killed tonight. A presidential news conference is apparently upcoming. Tune to your local ABC affiliate for more details on that breaking story. Beltran tonight is 1 for 4. He is doubled in the Mets' only run. That came back in the 5th inning. Wright is running and steals it. Let's go down to field level with Wendy Nix. Wendy?
Well, Dan, you're exactly right. As word begins to filter through the ballpark about Osama bin Laden, the players, at least in the Phillies dugout, are clearly unaware. They don't have the same devices that we have during the game, and they're curious as to why the USA chant. You can see them asking each other. They do not seem to be aware at this point of why.
And it has spread rapidly, as now they're going to put Beltran on. It has spread rapidly throughout the ballpark. We could tell by how, as Earl said, the USA chant got louder and louder and louder. Because probably every single person in the ballpark has a PDA of some kind, except for the 50 baseball players. And ABC News reporting now that at 11:15 Eastern time, so that's about 8 minutes from now, if the clock I'm looking at here in the ballpark is accurate, about 8 minutes from now, that President Obama will address the nation. Jason Bay is going to be the batter. And everybody who's anybody is on the mound right now for the Phillies. And here comes the USA chant again. Two on, two out. Bay the batter. Tied at 1 in the ninth inning. Bay's 0 for 3 with a walk tonight, 2 for 5 in his career against Madsen. And a belt high strike, 1-1.
The Mets offense awoke this year when Jason Bay came back. David Wright got hot. Carlos Beltran started to hit. Davis started to hit. And Bay was a big part of that.
In the air to center field. Getting over. ESPN Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell. Tied at 1 as we go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Francisco Rodriguez still in the game for the Mets. Pete Orr leads it off for the Phillies and looks at a strike. Orr, Schneider, Mayberry, the 7, 8, 9 hitters in the Phillies lineup scheduled up here in the bottom of the 9th as the Phillies try to win it after they tied it with a run in the 8th. Curveball, bouncer to second. Daniel Murphy, who stays in the game after pinch hitting for Justin Turner, makes the play. 1 down.
So if they score a run here and win the game in the bottom of the 9th, that counts as one of the 55 games that he finishes, right?
Correct. Yes.
Yep.
Yes. If he is the last pitcher for the Mets in a game, whatever the situation, that's a finished game, and that gets him one step closer to $17.5 million next year.
Very interesting.
Which is why if the Mets try to trade him, they probably have to trade him to somebody who wants to use him as a setup guy. Because what team is going to take on K-Rod this year if they might be on the hook for $17.5 large next year?
And give up players.
Right.
Another fine mess you got.
You had an Ollie reference last week, didn't you? Dennis Baez is up now in the Phillies pen. Mets 1, Phillies 1, bottom of the 9th inning. And the 1-1 to Schneider. Swings over the top of the changeup, 1-2. Cliff Lee started this game for the Phillies. Gave up 1 run in 7 innings on 8 hits, walked 2, struck out 5. 34 of the 113 pitches came in the first.
When you have a bad offense that's a long day. When you have bad pitching, that's a long year. And the Philadelphia Phillies have such great starting pitching that even with a offense that's gotten 3 hits tonight, Cliff Lee was kind of on the ropes for him, but not as an ace. He only gives up 1 run, and they are still in this game.
Up the middle, and a base hit. Schneider with his first single of the season. He's got 2 homers and a double. And the winning run is at first base with 1 out of the bottom of the 9th for Mayberry. And here comes a pinch runner. It'll be Michael Martinez coming on to run for Schneider. The batter is Mayberry. Mayberry had a pinch hit RBI single to win a ball game on opening day. This is not a pinch hit at bat, but he's already got 1 game-winning hit this season. Martinez not going, and Mayberry takes a strike. Big John, as we mentioned, his dad played for Houston, Kansas City, Toronto, and the Yankees from 1968 to 1982. And when Big John got a hold of one, it went. Left-handed hitting first baseman.
Martinez at first does not have an attempted stolen base this year.
He should soon. Well, it's Polino's first game in a Major League uniform this year. K-Rod has a big leg kick. Even his abbreviated leg kick with a off-speed pitch gives you a 135.
He was 165 to the plate on the first pitch. That is slow. Average in the big leagues is 1.3. That would kind of curtail the running game except for the speedsters. But at 165, if he's going to go with that leg kick, you can walk to second base.
As a manager, Bobby, is there a difference between the "you can go" sign and the "you must go" sign?
Well, in this situation, "you must" is not a situation. You can if you get a good jump. 3 and 2, it's a "you must."
Not going. And a chopper foul up the third baseline, 0 and 2. Now with a threat of a pitch out and so forth, Martinez probably highly unlikely to be going at least with an 0 and 2 count.
The last leg kick was 125, so K-Rod came from 165 down to 125 after a couple pickoff moves, saying, "I'm paying attention to you." So now it's a guess. Am I going to go with the big leg kick and use all of my energy to get the hitter out, or am I going to go with the abbreviated leg kick and be concerned with the base runner?
And remember, in the past, there was Davey Lopes at first who controlled the running game, and now Charlie has passed that baton over to Sam Perlazzo, who was the third base coach and now is the first base coach.
Swing and a miss at a breaking ball off the outside corner, and Mayberry strikes out 2 down. So now it'll be Victorino to face K-Rod.
Here's where you can take a shot.
Absolutely.
You got the top of your order. If you get thrown out at second, big deal. You have your leadoff guy starting off the 10th inning.
Yeah, the only reason they didn't go, they're thinking pitch out in those pitches. No balls, 1 strike, no ball, 2 strikes.
Not going. And Victorino a chopper over the mound. Reyes on the run, low throw, and safe at first. Victorino, this time Davis couldn't come up with a short hop from Reyes.
That's the second time that Jose Reyes has gone to his left and not really put his feet together with his arm. He has a fantastic arm. He's got fantastic range, but at the end of the play, he really just doesn't finish it off fundamentally. He tries to do it a wrong foot play and just kind of spikes the ball into the ground. He's got plenty of time to get his feet square, get it right, and just make a basic routine out. Instead, he just kind of nonchalants the footwork and relies on the arm, and it burns him this time.
The initial ruling is a base hit for Victorino. Either way, first and second, 2 down, tie game, bottom of the 9th. Look who's up. Placido Polanco. Curveball, strike. Polanco's 1 for 4 tonight. And as we showed you graphically the last time he came up, he's hitting somewhere around 480 with runners in scoring position this year. A base hit here could win it, should win it. Fastball runs up and in. I mean, look at these numbers.
Staggering.
Yeah. The more clutch the category, the better Polanco produces. And this is about as clutch as it gets. Knocked in the winning run yesterday for the Phillies. Trying to do it again here tonight. 2 balls and a strike. Now, Oral, you said earlier, there is a base open. It just happens to be third. So you can afford to put him on, take your chances with Rollins?
You have 2 men to get 1 out, and third base is open.
Yeah, but if a runner gets to third, now you've brought in the wild pitch and the infield hit in the air. How do you balance all that?
You balance with getting one of the 2 of them out.
There are 9 ways you could score from third with 2 outs, but you can't score from second. But I agree with Oral. Got to be very careful here.
The guy on deck has 5 RBIs, got 3 a short time ago. He's hit .250 with men in scoring position coming into tonight's game. 7 hits with men in scoring position. A lot of times when he's gotten those hits, runners have gone base to base and he hasn't driven anybody in. The guy at the plate has staggering numbers in clutch situations. You got 2 guys to get 1 out.
The winning run at second with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. And the 2-2 pitch. A fly ball to shallow right field. And we're headed to extra innings here in Philadelphia. K-Rod gets out of it. And the Phillies leave a couple of men on. Tied at 1 going to the 10th. Tenth inning here in Philadelphia. Dan Shulman, Oral Hershiser, Bobby Valentine. Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell. It's a 1-1 tie. Here's how they scored their runs. 5th inning, 2 outs. David Wright at first. Carlos Beltran lines one to deep right center field. And Wright comes all the way around to score on the RBI double by Beltran, who would take third on an error. That made it 1-0 for the Mets. Bottom of the 8th inning, the Phillies tied. Ryan Howard with his major league leading 28th RBI on the season, scoring John Mayberry Jr. just ahead of the throw from Jason Bay. All tied up at 1, and we're going to the 10th right now here in Philadelphia. For those just tuning in, or for those who have been with us all night, it has been reported that Osama bin Laden has been killed. The president has not yet addressed the nation. That is apparently coming soon to your local ABC affiliate for more information. But the news made its way around the ballpark within seconds, really. Everybody with their BlackBerries or iPhones getting the news. Spontaneous cheers of USA. USA broke out intermittently here in the ballpark. And our assumption was probably that within seconds, everybody but the players knew what was going on. They probably have found out through photographers, cameramen who were down situated near the dugouts. You saw Dane Sardinia in to catch. Danny Baez is now the new pitcher for the Phillies. But as you said, Oral, one of those nights where you'll probably always remember where you were when the news hit, just as we all did 10 years ago. Ike Davis leading it off for the Mets.
I got goosebumps when I started to hear the USA chant, because we knew up here what was going on, and we knew we were going to report it. But to hear the crowd get it that quickly.
Davis with a high fly ball to deep right center field. Victorino with room. One down here in the Mets' 10th. You know, we were talking about Francisco Rodriguez and the clause in his contract where if he finishes games and he gets a step closer to his option vesting for next year, if he gives up the game-winning hit in the bottom of the ninth, he finishes the game. But he gets the out to extend the game to extra innings, which is good. But now he won't finish the game because he won't come out for a third inning of work. And it's a tricky little situation. There's a ball served into right center, a base hit for Paulino. I mean, imagine if it's September and he's still a Met because they haven't been able to unload him anywhere, and he's got 48 finished games, and he's got to finish 7 games to vest this clause. And Terry Collins said to us, hey, I'm going to manage the game to win the game. I'm going to do what I have to do to win the game. But you got to imagine, especially with the team and the financial situation it's in, that the fellows upstairs aren't too excited about K-Rod finishing 55 games this year.
Yeah, and they'll be watching at Union headquarters of how he's used, and if all of a sudden it breaks from a pattern and his health is the same, that, grievances have been filed over less.
Ball one to Priddy.
It'll be something we will cover if the time comes.
You saw Pedro Beato is now up in the Mets pen, a right-hander. Ball 2. Friday came on defensively before the 8th inning. He's had one at bat already tonight, struck out. Paulino, meanwhile, at first base, has 4 hits in this game. It's the 3rd time in his career that he's had 4 hits in a game. And not bad for his first start in a major league game this season to go 4 for 5. Had one at bat earlier this year, so he's got a .667 batting average sitting up on that scoreboard.
It's amazing what those hitting against those kids down there in extended spring could do for a hitter. Let you know, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be in the minor leagues. I love the major leagues, and I'm lucky to be here.
Sports Center is next here on ESPN. Immediately following the conclusion of this game, we are in extra innings. Tied at 1, 10th inning. And another ball sent out of play off to the left.
One of the largest jumps in sports, coming from minor league baseball to big league baseball, as far as the facilities and the meal money and the way you're treated with travel.
And the speed of the game.
NBA, you come from college, which is a great program, beautiful facilities, beautiful arenas, huge crowds. You come right into the NBA, you get the same. Football, just think about playing, for LSU or Alabama or somebody like that, and then you come into the NFL, not a big difference.
And the breaking ball bounced down to first. Howard snaps a throw to Rollins for the out there. And that's all they'll get. Friday reaching on a fielder's choice as we receive word from our counterparts over at ABC that the White House has just announced that the president will address the nation about 1 minute from now. So again, tune over to your ABC affiliate for that news. Coming up momentarily. Again, it has been reported, and we will find out for sure momentarily that Osama bin Laden has been killed. Willie Harris to bat now for the Mets. Runner at first, 2 down, 1-1 tie, top of the 10th inning. And a throw to first, diving back in is Pridey. There's a guy who's been around, played a bunch of different positions, and he's got a knack for being in the middle of it, coming up with a big play, the diving catch, the big hit. Not an everyday player, but he makes his presence felt no matter where he is.
Good fastball hitter, and Pridey was leaning on that last pitch.
Hit foul down the right side, out of play.
Very often when they throw over and they catch you leaning, going towards second base, the steal is then taken off in your mind or from the coach's box. Mookie Wilson now talking with Pridey, telling him what to look at, whether or not he has the green light. Problem with going here and getting thrown out is that you lose your pinch hitter in Willie Harris, who's your best pinch hitter, and then if you don't have a double switch and they're running very short of players, your pitcher has to lead off next inning. So you have to be sure if you're going.
There he goes. And steals it easily. So they go ahead, run at scoring position now for the Mets.
Got a very good jump, got a good pitch to go on.
Well, can they get a big hit? They've had somebody on base every inning. They don't have a single hit with a runner in scoring position tonight. They've left 13 men on. By all rights, the Mets should have wrapped this one up a long time ago. Baez, the 5th pitcher of the night for the Phillies. And a ball and 2 strikes now, the count on Harris. Jose Reyes, the leadoff man, is on deck should the inning continue. When the Phillies come up in the bottom half of the inning, the first 2 batters will be Jimmy Rollins and Ryan Howard. Good sharp breaking ball to end the inning. Another man left on for the Mets. Tied at 1 going to the bottom of the 10th with the 3, 4, and 5 hitters in the Phillies lineup, including Ryan Howard coming up. Dan Shulman to Bobby Valentine, Oral Hershiser. Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell. The Mets and Phillies tied at 1. New pitcher is right-hander Pedro Beato. B-E-A-T-O. Beato, who has thrown 14 innings. And as you can see, has given up a grand total of 0 earned runs. He was selected in the Rule 5 draft from Baltimore, which means The Mets have to keep him on the Major League roster all season long or offer him back to the Orioles for half of the price they paid. Usually this is the kind of guy you carry at the end of the pen. You spot him in blowout games, but Bobby, this guy's obviously proven to be of real value for the Mets this year.
So far, so good. And the value, they bought him for $50,000. They'd have to get to $25,000 in return, but this is a guy who has a very good breaking ball. Has been really tough on right-handed hitters. Terry Collins has used him sparingly and used him in the right spots, and this isn't one of the spots he had planned for tonight's game, I'm sure. But he's in there and trying to earn his stripes.
They're running out of pitchers. Jimmy Rollins, Ryan Howard, Ben Francisco for the Phillies here in the bottom of the 10th. Rollins is 0 for 2. He's also walked a couple of times. The Mets have now left 14 men on tonight. As Rollins hits one right down to first off the body of Davis. And Beato, despite getting waved off by Davis, picks the ball up and steps on first himself. And Davis a little shaken up.
He might have stepped on Davis, too.
I guess that's a 3-1 right off the body of the first baseman. Pitcher picks it up.
Exactly.
Not your conventional 3-1, but.
Instead of a toss, it's a deflection to him. See if the feet get stepped on, or yeah, right there on his right toe he gets him.
Now Ryan Howard singled in the Phillies run that tied the game in the bottom of the 8th. Down and in, ball 1.
There are a lot of bases open now. I see them all out there.
Yeah.
Look like they're all open.
Would you hold out 4 fingers or just do the intentional walk?
I don't know if I could trust the young pitcher
to
throw the ball where he wanted to. Hasn't been a lot of production behind this guy.
5 total hits.
High and deep, right center field. Caught on the track by Pridey.
That'll make you blink.
Never in doubt.
Ball's up. Ryan Howard does a good job not popping this ball up. Still gets a lot of barrel on it and drives it out. There's a little wind out there in right field. It might be knocking it down a little bit.
He wasn't sure. Right away, you could tell he knew he might not have gotten enough. Yep. So 2 down in the inning, and here's Ben Francisco. Ball 1. Good live fastball from Beato.
A little tailing action to it. He's above 92 miles an hour, which you can pitch up there in a strike zone. Chris Young could prove that you could pitch up there with 84 if you want.
Base hit right field. 3rd time on for Francisco tonight. His first hit of the game, though. And the batter will be Dane Sardinha. Phillies wanted a 3rd catcher with Carlos Ruiz, who's having some back trouble, out for a few days. So Sardinha called up to be Ryan Schneider's backup. And came on in a double switch. Big moment for him. Winning run at first, 2 down, bottom of the 10th. Fastball up and in, ball 1.
Francisco at first has 2 stolen bases and has been thrown out twice. He's thinking about a stolen base down there at first.
Runner goes. Pitch taken for a strike. Throw down. Out at second base. Francisco. And the inning is over. 10 complete here in Philadelphia, with the Mets and Phillies still tied at 1. As we roll on into the night, a look at the throw from Paulino that got Francisco and sends this game to the 11th. Dari, Steve, thank you very much. We go to the 11th inning, tied at 1. Again, for continuing coverage of the situation, the killing of Osama bin Laden. Tune over to your local ABC affiliate as coverage will continue. We roll on into the night here in the 11th inning, tied at 1 between the Mets and Phillies. A game that has only 2 runs in it, but a combined 24 men left on base. And the two teams are a combined 1 for 19 with runners in scoring position. The Mets with more chances than the Phillies. They're trying to avoid a sweep here in Philadelphia, as Reyes pops up a breaking ball in foul territory. And Sardini makes the catch on the track for the first out, as we send you down to Wendy Nix, who is right alongside the Phillies dugout.
Well, Dan, it was obvious that news spread to the ballpark tonight as we heard chants of USA filter through the crowd, but it took quite a bit longer for news to reach the dugout. They don't have cell phones, obviously, during the game, but as players filter in and out of the clubhouse, word has spread now. Shane Victorino, in particular, talking to his teammates and expressing surprise at the news, so the players are now aware.
Yeah, it was not posted up on a scoreboard or anything like that, but as you heard if you were with us, as Oral and Bobby were talking about, it spread like wildfire around the ballpark within a matter of 30 seconds probably from the moment when we heard about it. The chant of USA, USA was loud and was roaring around the ballpark here in Philadelphia. Daniel Murphy, the batter, and he lines the ball to right field. Francisco to his left to make the catch. 2 down.
And I'm sure the president mentioned, Dan, during his announcement, that now's the time to feel some kind of satisfaction, but also a time to be vigilant and to look around and make sure you know what's going on around you, because if we let our guard down at this time, it could mean trouble again. Yeah. We can't let that happen again.
Without question. There's David Wright. Wright tonight is 2 for 4. He's also walked. He has stolen a base, and he has scored the only Mets run. Both teams are off tomorrow. Both teams are home Tuesday. High chopper, but a foul ball. Hit Wright's foot, bounced straight up in the air, and Wright hobbling around just a little bit out of the box. Danny Baez, the 5th pitcher of the night for the Phillies. Cliff Lee gave up a run in 7 innings. Michael Stutz, Antonio Bastardo, Ryan Madsen have also pitched. Now Baez in his 2nd inning of work. Right over the outside corner. Starting battery there, and Lee and Schneider. Look out. Breaking ball slips out of his hands. 2-2 on Wright. 137th consecutive sellout here in Philadelphia. 45,713. The length of the game has thinned the crowd out considerably in the last couple of innings. High in the air down the right field line. Will Francisco have a play? Nope.
Tell you what, every time they sell this place out, what an experience it is to come here. The food, the ambiance.
The food.
The food.
The ambiance.
The food.
We did pretty well tonight.
Really is a spectacular cathedral for baseball.
Beautiful.
And with extra innings, we might think we might get extra food.
2-2 again. Ground ball to second. Inning over. Another chance for the Phillies. They'll come up in the bottom of the 11th, tied at 1. MLB.TV, baseball everywhere. Watch over 100 live out-of-market games per week online and on your favorite device. Visit MLB.TV for details. Well, every town, every ballpark uses a different movie scene or rallying cry or song at a big moment. And here in Philadelphia, what better to use than the theme song from Rocky? That gets them fired up here.
See him running the streets right now.
Yep. Bottom of the 11th, tied at 1 at Citizens Bank Park. Beato was back on the mound for the Mets. Sardinia's back at the plate. He was up when Francisco was thrown out trying to steal. Wouldn't have predicted a Beato Sardinia confrontation here with the game on the line, would you, Bobby?
Well, we studied all night for this one right here, and we're ready now. Go, O. You take it, baby.
Good fastball hitter. Don't make a mistake up out over the plate.
Almost a mistake?
No, but it was the fastball. He just needed to be up a little higher. See how he had to change his posture and kind of reach out over the plate for that. It's kind of the point we were making about Ryan Howard creeping closer to the plate, having to change his posture on the balls away. But now, as he's closer, he doesn't have to. Right there, Sardinia stands off the plate a great deal.
Well, just 2 runs in the game, but not for a lack of chances, really. Both teams, especially the Mets, have done a lousy job, to be honest with you, coming up with that clutch hit. 24 men left on base. Last inning was the first inning. The Mets didn't leave anybody on all night. They have left 14 on. The Phillies have left 10 on. Not a whole lot of clutch hitting tonight. 2-2 the count. Phillies are 18-8. They've got the best record in the National League. The Mets are 11-16, having lost 3 in a row. Got it.
That's the one he can hit, but he beat him to the spot.
So Beato has gotten 4 outs. One of them was a base hit and then a run thrown out trying to steal, but he's gotten 4 outs here as the 5th pitcher of the night for the Mets. Chris Young really terrific tonight. Won't wind up with a win, but 7 shutout innings, gave up just 2 hits, walked 3, struck out 7. Here's Pete Orr. Ooh.
Bobby, I didn't fall him off my toe very much as a pitcher. What's that feel like?
That's when you make really good contact twice. Once with the ball and then the ball with your foot. Oh, it hurts like heck, and tomorrow I'll have to drain the blood out of his toenail. But here's a line drive that goes right down off the front foot, and that's
it's his ankle. It's not his toe.
Twice.
What's worse, the ankle or the toe? Say the toe, huh?
Yeah, I think that got some toe. That big toe's always exposed. It's real black and blue. You have to put a hot needle in it.
Yeah.
Breaking ball for a strike, 0-2. Orr's 0 for 3 with a walk tonight, hitting .250.
It's one of those things where everybody plays hurt and the injured guys are on the DL. But when you play 162 games and you're an everyday player that plays about 150 or even 145, everybody plays hurt.
Well, you have to know the difference between being in pain and being injured.
Yep.
2-2.
I was friends with Bill Parcells, still am, and that's what he used to talk about, you know, the training room in the NFL. It's like, you know, everybody plays hurt. Just tell me when you're injured. Other than that, get out there on the practice field.
Very important to have a great communication between the trainer and the manager, too.
That'll make it feel a little bit better. Liner into center, a base hit for Orr. Wilson Valdez will pinch hit in the pitcher spot.
Looks like he has a double beard on his chin.
Got a little Ryan Franklin thing going on there.
You might see a little action with Charlie here. You might see a little hit and run once he gets Valdez see a pitch or two. If the count gets right. It's not the type of player that you sit back. Charlie can make that call from the locker room down to the coaches, even though he's gone. Did you ever do that, Bobby?
I never ever watched the game after I was thrown out of the game. I don't think, Laurel. I can't remember if I ever did. You think maybe I did once. That's why you're looking at me like that. Well, I might have once. It's a long, long time ago.
Outside corner called strike 2.
That's what those kids have on their T-shirts up there in the right field stands. They have faces of my face with the mustache when they came back into the game. Yeah, the whole group.
How could you see that from here?
305.
And they got your name spelled out on their T-shirts.
Did you ever think all these years later people would still be talking about that?
They got all the right letters. They just don't have them in the right order. I think some of them have left.
Yeah, they're a little confused.
Be My Valentine, maybe?
They're not disguised.
Did they approach you before the game?
No, I got text. I got text during the game.
Give them about 30 seconds. One of them's getting texted right now, and then they're going to get back in order and get it all ready because they know now that they've been on. They're being warned.
Now they're
going to scramble, and somebody's just texted them and told them.
You're exactly
now. See, they're changing order. It's all getting ready.
That's funny.
Now, they're all going to be looking at their phone to know when they're on.
Well, you might be right about a hit and run situation here because he was leaning a little, and that would be Pete Buchanan, who's in the dugout taking the place of Charlie, because I'm sure Charlie has nothing to do with this game right now. Charlie's just tweeting. Oh no, that's what Ozzie did. That's right. Can't be doing that.
Swing and a miss. And Valdez is retired for the second out.
On a serious note, Bobby, take the fans behind the scenes and what happens when the manager's kicked out. What is Charlie doing right now?
Well, he might have a runner, as you were that day when I was kicked out. You know, you come up into the clubhouse and you say, okay, I'll be your runner now. Anything you want, I'll run down into the dugout. I'll let the guys know. And then you have a relay system, or you just turn it over to someone you really trust. The reason I needed a relay system that day, I had 3 new coaches in the dugout.
Exactly.
That I really didn't know if they knew my team or not. And so we were trying to set something up, weren't we?
We did.
Yeah, set me up is what we were setting up for a $10,000 fine.
Robin Ventura's famous idea. Did he pay you that fine?
No.
He should have.
Here's John Mayberry. Carlos Ruiz is the guy. He's not able to play. Got a bad back, but he's positioned near the stairs. Maybe he's the runner.
The glasses there is the acting manager, Peter Buchanan. He's leading.
Not going. Swing and a miss. Looked like he twitched at the beginning like he wanted to go, but Beato took too long to throw the ball, and Orr lost his nerve a little bit. Lost his timing.
That's one of the things holding the ball will do. He's out there. He's ready to go. He leans, and then it's off. He's ready to go. He has momentum going towards second. As soon as it's held at another second, you call off the jam.
Now you hold the ball to hope that you can get the runner to get a little flat-footed, to get his weight off the balls of his feet. And if he doesn't get off the balls of his feet, maybe his legs get a little bit tired from holding that position. He's not quite as quick, and you got a chance to get him at second base.
Fouled back, 1-2.
Now we saw this not steal work the other night when Jimmy Rollins was on first base, and just the threat of him stealing caused Mike Pelfrey to quick pitch to the plate, left the fastball up, had Ryan Howard deposited for a 2-run homer, and that distraction is what a runner wants to create.
The rookie Beato ahead 1-2 on Mayberry. Or the lead at first not going, and the pitch is fouled off. If it gets to the 12th inning, the Mets will send up the middle of their order: Beltran, Bay, Davis.
Everyone is tired at this point in the game. The benches are all looking out there. The Mets want to get to the next inning. The Phillies want to hit. And everybody saves their energy for what they're going to do in the game, particularly for them. It's not about cheering now or camaraderie. It's about save your energy and try and finish the game off when it's your turn to play.
And what the home field advantage gives to the home team is that they get 2 chances for every 1 chance that the other team gets. Phillies hitting here, if they don't score, they'll get another chance before the Mets come up for that second time. So it's a 2-for-1 after the 9th inning.
Fouled back again. Bobby, the outfield defense. A little bit deeper just to keep Orr from scoring, just try to keep the ball from getting to the wall?
Exactly. What you want to do is make sure that they're going to need 2 hits to score this runner from first rather than 1. So if a hit falls in front of you with 2 outs, they still need another 2-out hit. You don't want the ball going over your head in this situation unless it leaves the park.
Again, the 1-2. And a breaking ball lined foul down the left side.
Mayberry's had some wonderful swings this at bat. He's been just off, a little out in front of that one, a little under the ones he's fouled off, but he's been right on the speed of the pitches, and it's time to either move him off the plate or change speeds dramatically. Or even if he's in swing mode, throw one up in his eyes.
Swing mode, you can bounce it right down the middle plate, or you can go up the ladder.
3 straight foul balls. 7th pitch of the at-bat upcoming. And another foul off.
And what we mean by swing mode is the fact that whenever the ball leaves the pitcher's hand, it seems like the hitter wants to hit it. And he is swinging the bat. And once you see a hitter is picking you up and swinging the bat and fouling the ball off, you go, okay, he's going to swing when the ball leaves my hand. Where can I put it so he'll swing and miss? Or hit it weakly in fair territory. So you don't think about really throwing a strike.
Still a ball and 2 strikes on Mayberry as Beato comes set. Or not going. And the fastball up and away. 2-2. Sports Center is next here on ESPN as soon as this game is done. And whenever that may be. We will send you to Sports Center as we close in on midnight Eastern time. And we await the 9th pitch of the at-bat between Beato and Mayberry. 3-2. Now, Orr will be running.
He will be running, and Ike Davis should hold him on at first base. It's 3-2. Usually you'll see the first baseman playing behind the runner, but in this situation you want to hold him on so he doesn't get as much a running start as he would if he were playing behind the runner. Sure enough, he is holding him on. 3-2 and 2 outs.
Pops him up. Murphy. And the inning is over. We will go to the 12th when we come back. Welcome back to Philadelphia with Oral Hershiser and Bobby Valentine. I'm Dan Schulman. Sunday night baseball has now become Monday morning baseball here on the East Coast. The Mets and the Phillies go to the 12th inning tied at 1. And a new pitcher for the Phillies, right-hander Kyle Kendrick, the 6th pitcher of the night for Philadelphia. A guy who was a starter last year is a reliever now, putting up some very good numbers in the early going. He's got a job ahead of him here. Carlos Beltran, Jason Bay, and Ike Davis, the 4, 5, and 6 hitters in the Mets lineup. Beltran doubling in the Mets' only run. That was way back in the 5th. Sends it way foul. Off to the right side, up into the second deck.
Dan, this is the time you tell your starting pitchers to go inside, start getting their hamstrings loosened up, and put on their spikes in case you need an emergency pinch runner. Trying to figure out who might be the extra outfielder if you need one.
There's a swing and a bouncer to short. Rollins in time.
It's also the time that the starting pitchers get really excited about getting in the game and start walking by the manager and reminding them that they're ready.
I'm ready. Oral, go sit down. I'm ready. If you need me, Oral, go sit down.
Then you
I
get
can play second. Go sit down.
You get your batting gloves and your bat, and you just kind of sit there and rub it up next to him while he's making decisions.
What a pain in the butt that was. Gosh almighty. I'm telling you.
Of course.
Can I tell you? There's nothing he couldn't do. I could play right field. If you need a first baseman, I said, oh, just sit down.
Jason Bay. Well, if my scorecard's not lying to me, each team has one healthy position player left. And the Phillies have one more pitcher. The Mets have 2 more pitchers left.
I think you're exactly right.
So they still got a little bit left in reserve, but they're pushing it right now. I don't know if you guys saw in the different situation, obviously. There's the current situation here. The guys highlighted are out, so you can see Tolley is available for the Mets. Gloat is available for the Phillies. Ruiz is injured. He is not available tonight.
You got it. Nice camera work, guys.
Yep.
And if my scorecard's right, the last inning for the Mets was the first time they went 3 up, 3 down.
First time they didn't have a man on. First time they didn't leave a man on.
Decided to try something different.
To start a rally.
Yeah.
Let's all 3 make outs.
1-2 to Bay. I don't know if you guys saw a different set of circumstances, but David Freese suffered a broken bone in his hand today for the St. Louis Cardinals. So they're going to have to deal with that injury. Albert Pujols moved from first to third, played the last couple of innings at third base. The first time in 9 years he had played third base.
I wonder if that'll help in his contract negotiations.
Bay swings and misses, 2 down.
He looked pretty good. First ball hit right to him. Fielded it cleanly. Threw it across the first.
I think when he came up his rookie year, which was 01, he played first, third, left, and right. And I mean played a lot in all 4 positions, right? There's Ike Davis.
Be a little break for Ike Davis. First right-hander he's faced all night. Remember, he has 5 home runs off righties and none off lefties.
Takes a little different stride off a right-hander. Doesn't bail as much. Yeah. A little more straight away.
Off speed and low, ball 2. Both managers probably grateful for the off day tomorrow at this point with the way they're taxing their bullpens. Ball 3.
Well, Ike Davis, along with David, Wright, and Jose Reyes, have played every game this year for the Mets. There it is against left-handers. See Ike, he's stepping out and open. Whoops.
3-0 green light, roller to first to end the inning. The Mets go 3 up and 3 down again to the bottom of the 12th. Top of the order for the Phillies in a 1-1 tie. That's who's coming up for the Phillies as we go to the bottom of the 12th inning here at Citizens Bank Park for the Mets and the Phillies. Still tied at 1. Back in the 5th inning, the Mets broke the ice. Carlos Beltran with a double to right center field with 2 outs, scoring David Wright from first base on the play. Beltran would take third on an error, but it wouldn't be a part of the scoring as the Mets took a 1-0 lead. Ryan Howard with a base hit in the bottom of the 8th inning to left field to drive in John Mayberry Jr. with the tying run. And we're still tied at 1 in the 12th inning with a whole lot of chances and not a whole lot of clutch hitting. 1 for 19 with runners in scoring position between the two teams. Top of the order for the Phillies: Victorino, Polanco, Rollins. Beato still in the game, his 3rd inning of work for the Mets out of the pen for the rookie. And he has certainly looked good.
He's looked really good, still strong. I'm sure they check with him in between innings. And if you're a Rule 5 draft choice, that means you've been in the minor leagues for at least 6 years. He likes these big lights, Earl. He's not going to say he's tired. Not until about the 25th inning, I don't think, anyway.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that. As much fun as we're having.
I hope not, because then I'll get blamed for it.
There are 2 other relievers in the Mets pen. One of whom pitched yesterday, Taylor Buchholz.
And Igarashi, who also has been used a bit here in the last week. I think Terry wanted to give him the night off tonight.
Actually 3 then. Dylan G is available too, right?
And he pitched in relief the other day, and they didn't like what they saw out of him out of the bullpen. First inning okay, second inning really lost his stuff, but he is available.
2-2 on Victorino. As you can see, G, Buchholz, and Igarashi are the 3 pitchers who are still out there. Fly ball to right field. And coming on to make the catch is Beltran with a bit of a circuitous route to that ball, but Victorino retired 1 down.
We were out here early today, and we saw 2 starting pitchers taking their side works in between, and those are usually the ones that would come in if you go through the whole bullpen. So Vance Worley on the Philly side had a side work going today where he threw about 60 pitches on a side, and then R.A. Dickey, the knuckleballer, on the Mets side. So they've got a lot of innings more on the Mets side with R.A. and the knuckleball.
There's Polanco, and he takes high ball 1.
There's R.A. He was out early throwing, and we had talked about his side work. I said, looked like you had a hitter up there. And he goes, yeah, I really want to concentrate and go through the next lineup that I'm going. I said, you can make sure where that knuckleball's going. He goes, yeah, I make it go left and right.
Deep but playable, 2 down.
But I'll guarantee you that R.A. will take the ball tonight if necessary. The knuckleball, he throws a hard knuckleball. It's up into 72 to 75 mile an hour range, but he can take it down into 62. Converted knuckleballer. Started out his career fastball, curveball, slider, change, and then absolutely amazing. He has no ligament in his elbow. Drafted very high up. They took a big picture of him and some other draft picks. Noticed that the elbow was bent a little funny. His signing bonus offer went from $750,000 down to about $50,000. They just did that.
That was a ligament discount, wasn't it?
Yep. And,
it's a $700,000 ligament.
It was an expensive ligament.
Rollins into right center, and just like that, Beato does it again. 3 fly ball outs. The Phillies are done. We're going to the 13th.
Baseball as we go to the top of the 13th, and the Baseball Tonight team, I guess, could be renamed the Baseball This Morning team with John Kruk and Barry Larkin. I'm Carl Ravitch. So we're sitting out here. It's kind of a surreal scene given the Osama bin Laden news and what's going on inside the Citizens Bank ballpark. And as somebody pointed out, it's pretty interesting that you have a team from New York and a team from Pennsylvania playing in this game. You remember, though, the longest game that you ever played in, and how do you feel about it?
20 innings, Carl.
Yeah.
It was painful, but at least I could tolerate it because I could have influenced the outcome of the game. This one here, I have no choice. I can't influence the outcome of the game, and two anemic offenses apparently aren't going to help us out here.
You sound a little bitter about that. I don't remember how many innings my game was, but I do remember taking an 0 for 7 and making 2 outs in the first inning. We scored a lot of runs, actually, but it ended up going an extra inning. So 1 for 19 with runners in scoring position, that's a problem.
One man down at the top of the 13th, and I think it's important. You really have kind of taken this whole bad offense thing and spread it across baseball.
I really spread across the whole league.
That's what I mean.
But this is bad. Watching some of the approaches.
But you don't think there's a great team out there?
No, I don't think there's a great team. The Phillies have great pitching. I don't think they're a great team. I don't think there is a great team.
You know, Carl, we were watching some of the at-bats like the last couple of innings, and, you know, of course, one swing could end this game right now. And you see guys go have a 1-0 count and then take a fastball down the middle of the plate. And, you know, and Johnny and I are looking at each other going, all right, well, what's the philosophy? What are guys thinking here? And I think that's kind of what he's talking about, and the fact that that's kind of rampant around the league.
I thought it was stunning that Beato gave Ryan Howard a pitch to hit. Yeah. Let's go back inside. Gave Dan, Orel, and Bobby a little break.
We appreciate it, Carl. Thank you. And on cue, as you send it back inside, Jason Priddy lines one into the right field corner. And he's got himself a double with 1 out here in the top of the 13th inning. And that will bring up the last available bench player for the New York Mets. Catcher Josh Tolley is going to come up as a pinch hitter in Beato's spot.
Tolley is platoon catcher. He's a good hitter. Likes to hit the ball left field. And in this situation, I think he'll give you a good at-bat and probably hit a line drive into left center.
Wow.
How about that? Because they said, you know, we needed a run. Just have to see it.
Jumping right out there.
You got to see it. I can feel it.
Kyle Kendrick on the mound for the Phillies, his second inning of work.
No, baseball's got all kinds of superstitions, and if we can get a hit when the toss is out there with Carl and Crucky and Barry, I think we should just leave it out there. I mean, this is like breaking up a no-hitter.
John wants to go home. I want to score here. Go 1, 2, 3 in the bottom half. We'll go home.
What do you guys remember about the longest game you guys played in?
Oh, God. I've had too many of them to remember. But I do remember that game when Robin Ventura in the 16th inning.
Oh, that was nice.
Hit that single. Yeah.
Grand slam single.
And that was a great long game.
Was that the 16th inning?
Yeah.
Wow. I threw 3 innings in relief, I think, in that game. My son was the bat boy.
High fly ball to right center. Francisco still racing back on the warning track, makes the catch. Priddy will tag and come to third and go a couple of steps past third, but stop there with 2 down.
Priddy's a very fast runner. He tagged up on that ball, Orel. He made a good, aggressive move towards third base, and I thought that he could have come, Chip Hale could have brought him down the line more. When that fielder, the second baseman, feels that ball and starts running in with it, that's a perfect time to take off because you have to collect yourself and make another throw.
Now 2 outs, runner at third. Reyes, drag bunt or swing away? What do you mean?
You know, he hasn't bunted in about 3 weeks. He did it early in the season. He was doing an awful lot. He could take it with him to second base right now, though, and get himself a nice RBI.
Ball 1. Reyes is up for the 7th time. He is 2 for 6. You can see him sneaking a peek to Polanco, seeing where the third baseman is. Polanco trying to keep Priddy as close to the bag as he can. Reyes just 2 for 25 this year with the runners in scoring position. He's due. They're due. Somebody's due.
2-0 count, and you got 3 guys to get 1 out now, Dan. So you don't give in.
On deck is Murphy,
who's only played half a game. He's fresh.
Yep.
He really is. He's fresh, and as Terry Collins said with his intentional walk up here, that he loves to play the game of baseball. He was on the disabled list. He was down in the minor league complex. He would watch a game with his foot in a cast, 10 o'clock in the morning. He'd watch one at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He'd go home, get something to eat, and come back and watch the A-League game at night at 7. Just loves the game of baseball, and he likes this moment.
Now he's done the job this year in this kind of a situation. Priddy at third, Reyes at first. So great speed on for the Mets. 2 outs. Tied at 1. 13th inning.
Bobby, where are you on holding the runner here?
If it's the bottom half, I don't hold him. Right here, I do hold him and try to get off and clog up that hole.
There he goes. And they're not going to throw through.
And with him holding him on, I would not have stolen second.
Well, we had
they're not going
conflict
to throw.
of interest here.
Exactly.
If
you're not going to throw, you got to get behind.
Him.
Absolutely.
Like, if we're going to go uncontested, don't.
Exactly. That's a play that comes from the dugout, tells the catcher you're not going to throw. If you're not going to throw, you have to play behind the runner.
So Reyes taking second on defensive indifference. Oh, no, they're crediting him the steal. They are going to give him a steal on the play. For everybody out there who's got him in a pool. It's a base hit here, scores 2. Kendrick not endearing himself to the fans who remain here in the ballpark. Well past midnight here locally. Grounded to second. Inning over. 2 more men left on by the Mets. To the bottom of the 13th. Well past midnight. And look who's going to lead it off for the Phillies when we come back. Ryan Howard will come to the plate, trying to end it with 1 swing. As the fanatic is working overtime here tonight in Philadelphia. He never tires. Taylor Buchholz comes on to face Howard. Buchholz's last pitch yesterday, 2/3 of an inning, gave up a base hit. Has allowed just 1 run over his last 12 2/3 innings. Sports Center coming up after the game. That's about all the clarity I can give you on that situation. We cannot provide any further details other than Sports Center is coming up after the game. Buchholz, Howard. Curveball low. Last July, the last time that Ryan Howard hit a walk-off home run. He's got 4 in his career. Ball 2. Is this another one of these? There are 3 open base.
I don't think so.
No, because he's leading off the inning.
Exactly.
Yep.
But you're not going to just groove one right here down the middle. You're going to still pitch like the count is you're ahead, not behind. You're going to be aiming for one half or the other, not just, oh, I hope I throw a strike.
This next pitch by Buchholz will be the 400th pitch thrown in this game. That's Reyes, the shortstop, over on the second base side of the bag to retire Howard, 1 down. I don't know if anybody's working on a. Barry Larkin talked about he remembers his longest game, doesn't remember the number of innings, but it was an 0 for 7. I think everybody who's been up 5, 6 times in this game has managed to scratch out a base hit. There have been a fair share of hits in this game, 11 for the Mets and 7 for the Phillies. There's Francisco. Oral, the gang of the truck, telling us you played in a 22-inning game in 1989.
Was it against the Astros?
High in the air, right center. Who's taking charge? It'll be Beltran, the right fielder, to make the catch. 2 down.
It was a 22-inning game against the Houston Astros. I didn't start the game, but I pitched 7 innings in relief.
Are you serious?
I pitched more innings than any pitcher in the game in 7 innings relief.
From what to when to when?
Oh, it's like the, I don't know, the 13th to the 20th or something like that. I think we lost. Jeff Hamilton, our third baseman, ended up getting the loss, I think. We ran out of pitchers completely.
Here's Dane Sardinia. Well, the Mets still have a couple. The Phillies still have 1 reliever left. Both starters, Chris Young and Cliff Lee, went 7 tonight. Pulled foul.
Another couple innings will be on the R.A. Dickey watch for the knuckleballer trotting out to the bullpen.
When you're out of position players, you don't even have a position player who comes in to pitch. Unless you have a starting pitcher who can go out and catch a fly ball.
Well, it reminds me of the Jesse Orozco, Roger McDowell days of the New York Mets when they used to switch from the mound to the outfield because both of them are very good shaggers. So put Roger out in left field, let Jesse get the lefty out, throw Jesse out in left field, and let Roger get the righty out.
One and 2 on Sardinia.
Pitchers are throwing strikes. There's over 400 pitches thrown in this game. Not a lot of 3-ball counts. Hitters are hacking. There's no one centering the ball. No extra base hits. No action.
The largest pitch count inning we probably had was the very first inning when Cliff Lee took 34 to get through the Mets. Yep. I don't know how many Chris Young threw that inning, but we close to probably 50 pitches in that inning.
Checks the swing. The Mets have left 14 men on. The Phillies have left 11. Is that right? No, that's not right. The Mets have left 16 men on. Marty Aronson says. The Phillies have left 11. Dueling scorecards now, trying to keep everything straight. It's getting messy. 2-2 the count. Breaking ball, inning over. The fanatic dismayed. Past his bedtime.
Defensively, he has one of the best catches caught on tape ever, and he's just all-around a great player.
Everybody remembers that spectacular over-the-shoulder catch, and something, being a fellow center fielder is something I'll always remember, something I'll never forget.
A walking around living legend, so to speak. I didn't get a chance to watch him live, but watching all the highlights of him and always seeing that one catch, he can do everything on the baseball field.
Over-the-head catches and making center field what it is, it was something special.
Willie Mays will turn 80 on Friday. Better than 3,000 hits, 660 home runs, two-time National League MVP, 12-time Gold Glove Award winner, considered by many baseball historians to have been the best all-round player. When you talk about offense, defense, speed, to have been maybe the most well-rounded baseball player ever. Bobby, your thoughts on Willie Mays?
I had the honor of playing against him in the early 70s and knowing him now for the last 40 years. He was a gentleman, a guy who when you shook his hand, you knew you shook hands with the man because it engulfed your entire hand. His hand did. And I never heard him say a mean word about anybody that he ever played with or against. Just an honor to know Willie and play against him.
Tied at 1 as we go to the 14th. David Wright leading it off for the Mets. Kyle Kendrick back out there for the Phillies. Foul ball.
How many more home runs would a Willie have hit if he didn't play in the stick? Well, they said a lot of his balls got knocked down, and his approach at the plate was according to the field and how the wind was blowing, not according to just his ability and what he would do with the ball.
He learned to hit the ball out to right field with an inside-out swing at Candlestick, but he hit some to left center that were so high that you thought they'd wind up in the bay, and they came back to shortstop.
All the way back.
Yeah,
I remember playing in Candlestick. It was absolutely amazing. You watch the ball actually come back. The ball would actually come back to you, and it was a key to pitching there too, is to know what to do and where the tough outs were, and where the easy outs were.
And the grace though that he had, just running the bases, throwing the ball in, catching the ball in the basket catch. I mean, he was a marvel to watch.
Base hit through the left side for David Wright. Willie Mays also missed part of the 52 season and I think the 53 season due to time in the service as well. You know, Ted Williams was a guy like that. Ted Williams missed time, 2 wars, right? World War II and Korea, and every time he came back from a war, he went out and hit like 350 the next year.
Said it improved his eyes being a fighter pilot, that he came back and the ball looked bigger every time he came back.
Here's Beltran. Wright aboard to lead off the 14th, and he draws a throw.
Willie had the uncanny knack of running and losing his cap also. He'd run out from under his cap. It was just an amazing sight to see.
As a manager, Bobby, this deep into a game, do you get more aggressive when you get a man on base?
You know, I always did. I always wanted to make things happen, thinking that the defense would be on their heels, be a little tired, see what you can create out there. What do you have to lose? You've already gone 14 with only one up there.
I wonder if the Fanatic went to bed. It looked like the bottom of the 13th took a lot out of him, and he might have cashed in his chips. I don't know where he went.
Saving it for the bottom half.
I'm going to let David Wright stay at home here for the first out to leave that hole open for Beltran. Give him a shot.
Good eye. 2-1. What about now with this count? Put something on?
Well, again, it wouldn't be a hit and run. David stole the base so easily last time, reading the pitcher. He has such a straight leg. Kendrick here, I think he could read him real easily.
Into very shallow center field. And the shortstop Rollins backpedaling to make the catch for out number 1.
Beltran almost looked like he was trying to hook that ball in the hole. Ball went off and hit off the end of his bat. And Jason Bay is one of those guys who's really struggling through this night. He really needs a hit to be able to have an off day tomorrow that he can look in the mirror and say, hey, everything's going to be all right on Tuesday.
Wright the runner at first with 1 out. Wright's got 6 stolen bases now on the season, including the one tonight. Not going, and Bay takes a strike.
Now, this is just a win or a loss for Philadelphia, but for the Mets, a possible 4-game losing streak, this could be a crusher. You know, where K-Rod ends up pitching in a tie game. You know, they don't score. They score, what, 5 runs in the last 3 games so far? 3 and a 1, and now another 1.
Yep. And this is a game really they should have won. They had the chances. They had so many chances during this game.
They only scored 3 runs in the loss prior to that. So they've scored like 8 runs in the last 3.5 games.
And really, Chris Young deserved to win this game.
Oh, he pitched so well.
Yep. Gave up just 2 hits through 7 shutout innings.
And he went toe-to-toe with one of the best in the world, Cliff Lee, who is just an absolute rock star here in Philadelphia now.
You know, we're talking about David Wright running. He's played every game this year for the Mets. This is the 14th inning. He's thinking about tomorrow being his first off day, first time, long time. And we're saying, why don't you run, David? He's saying, why don't you hit one out, Jason, so I can jog?
Yeah.
That's what he'd like to have happen.
A broken bat, base hit into center field for Bay. Wright will stop at second.
Victorino did a good job charging that ball. That's a broken bat, base hit up the middle, and he charged hard from center field to keep David Wright at second base. Wright was sniffing third with 1 out, but couldn't get there because of Victorino's charging. Those outfielders, he's out there, he's played all these extra innings, and he's still busting it up the middle. Jam shot here, ends up the middle. And that's shattered below the label.
Jason really has one of those swings where his top goes much too early. Doesn't rotate from the bottom up. He's an over top half swinger.
Here's Ike Davis, 0 for 5 and a walk. First and second, 1 out, tied at 1 in the top of the 14th. And the swing and a fly ball down the left field line and back out of play. Davis had an 11-game hitting streak snapped yesterday. He was hitting well over 400 during that stretch, but now he's gone 2 games without a hit, pending the outcome of this one. The 0-1 from Kendrick. And a Hop back out of play, and it's quickly 0-2 now on Ike Davis.
This is the situation where Terry Collins was telling us before the game. Ike Davis will look for that ball away and just try to shoot a single in the left field, left center field, drive in a run. He's not a home run conscious kind of hitter. And he makes adjustments during at bat, so he just got jammed. And let's see if he makes an adjustment where he looks away.
He said one of the most impressive things about the young man is the second time around the league, third time around the league, they start to make the adjustments. The scouts really get on you and tell you where the holes are, and he's been able to adjust back to the league.
Fly ball to center. Victorino racing back on the track, makes the catch. Tagging and coming to third is Wright. Back to first goes Bay.
It's an accomplishment for the Phillies to get Ike Davis out twice off of right-handers, because he was hitting .388 coming into today versus righties.
He can go get him in the outfield, can he?
He plays as shallow as anybody in the game and knows exactly how far he has to go to get to that wall.
It's Victorino's inning. Charged the broken back base hit by Bay to keep David Wright at second, and now he makes a great play back to keep that one from being a hit.
Now Ronnie Paulino 4 for 6 on the night. And he rips the ball into left field. That's a base hit, and it's going all the way to the wall. Wright will score. Bay racing to third is going to be held there on the 5th hit of the game by Paulino. It's an RBI double, and the Mets lead 2-1. What a welcome back to the major leagues for Ronnie Paulino, his first start of the season for the Mets.
Paulino starts because it's his first start and a left-hander was starting on the mound. Now you're a right-hander that has a chance to face a guy who doesn't hit well against righties, and you throw him a first pitch cookie. I got to throw him a breaking ball, and I got to throw it and not a fastball in the inner half at 89 to a guy who's swinging a hot bat that doesn't hit righties well. Why doesn't he hit righties well compared to lefties? Because he can't hit the breaking ball.
That's usually the case, Earl. It's a good point, but I'm glad he threw that pitch, to tell you the truth.
That's selfish.
And I'm not rooting for anyone here, okay? My voice just thinks that maybe 14 innings is enough.
That's enough.
Just a thought.
Now an intentional walk is being issued to Pridey.
As we have a pitcher on deck.
Yeah. Capuano, Chris Capuano, a starting pitcher, was out in the on-deck circle. But then he went back down into the dugout.
They realize that they're going to pitch hit for the pitcher, then we have to bring somebody else in to pitch. They're going to let Buchholz, who's out there, and they feel like he's the guy who's going to get people out, hit for himself.
So this is a rarity where a reliever gets a chance to come up and swing the bat. Also got a chance to do some damage with the bases loaded and 2 outs. Ryota Igarashi is up in the Mets pen.
He was up a little late, and I don't think that he was going to be ready to come into this game.
And a strike. Career numbers 5 for 54 for Buchholz. 0-2. And that'll end the inning. But the Mets take the lead. Ronnie Paulino with his 5th hit of the night drives in David Wright. And we are going to the bottom of the 14th. The Mets trying to hang on and win it. Well, the day started a long time ago for the Philly fanatic for messing with Bobby V, riding the four-wheeler, delivering some Philly cheesesteaks, pumping up the fans. You know, the Ultramo pays for itself just in what it's done with the fanatic here tonight. He has been there for all the ups and downs of this game, which is now going to the bottom of the 14th inning. The Mets have scratched across a run on a Ronnie Paulino RBI double, his 5th hit of the game. 2-1 Mets going to the bottom of the 14th. This game more than 4.5 hours old. But if you're a Mets fan, you're sticking it out to the bitter end. Paulino's the man of the night. Buchholz is back out on the mound after making the last out in the top half of the inning. And due up for the Phillies, the bottom third of their lineup, Pete Orr,
Cole Hamels.
Cole Hamels, you're right. Sleep is overrated. Cole Hamels in the on-deck circle. And then John Mayberry. You got to do what you got to do, right, Bobby?
That's what happens in the 14th inning.
Orr's 6th plate appearance of the night. He's 1 for 4 with a walk. And a fastball for a strike from Buchholz. 2 runs on 14 hits. No errors for the Mets. A run on 7 hits with 1 error for the Phillies. Reaching for it, a pop-up. Wright and Reyes are there. It'll be Reyes, 1 down. The Phillies won the first 2 games of the series, 10-3 on Friday night, and 2-1 yesterday. And now a big ovation. Look, it's Cole Hamels. Which means he's a better hitter than Roy Halladay or Vance Worley. Roy Oswald's not here. Joe Blanton's on the DL.
Nice swing.
In New York, it's called a Bronx cheer. What's it called here?
Yes.
A fanatic cheer.
Strike 2.
Now get a little Uncle Charlie and screw him into the ground. And have 2 outs.
You know, Ross Gload is still listed on their lineup card. Maybe there's something wrong with him that has developed or nobody was made aware of. We were under the impression he was available, but here's Hamels. Got the breaking ball, got a piece. Takes it high.
Looks like he's enjoying this at bat.
Oh, you do. You don't want to do it in a losing cause. You'd rather do it in a winning cause.
Entering this season, Cole Hamels was a lifetime 160 hitter, 50 for 312 with 9 doubles. Up with it, Murphy at second to retire Hamels. A good at bat, but he's retired nonetheless for out number 2. So the Phillies are down to their final out here in the bottom of the 14th inning. It'll be Mayberry. Ronnie Paulino with 5 hits, including a double in the top half of this inning that has pushed in the go-ahead run as the Mets look to snap their 3-game losing streak. Mayberry hit a home run yesterday for the Phillies. Victorino on deck if it continues. Strike one. 1 week from tonight, we'll be right back here in Philadelphia. The Atlanta Braves come to town. That's our Sunday night game. A week from tonight. Looking at the potential, actually, of Cole Hamels starting in this game as they still give the rally caps a workout. Tommy Hanson looks like he's in line to start that game for Atlanta. Big swing and a foul off, and now it's 0-2. Yankees and Tigers tomorrow night. On a Monday Night Baseball, the Angels and the Red Sox on a Wednesday Night Baseball this week. The Mets a strike away from victory. Got him. The breaking ball to get him Mayberry, and finally the New York Mets into 14 innings. They get that clutch hit in the top half of the 14th, and they hang on to beat the Phillies 2-1 tonight. Tonight's Chevrolet Player of the Game is Ronnie Paulino, a career-high 5 hits for Paulino, including the RBI double in the top half of the 14th that drives in the run that will win it for the New York Mets. The game took 4 hours and 44 minutes to play here in Philadelphia as the Mets beat the Phillies 2-1. The Phillies still take 2 out of 3 in the series, and finally Terry Collins and company can afford to smile a little bit after winning this game. So Ronnie Paulino and a company snapped their losing streak. The Mets win here in Philadelphia tonight 2-1 in 14 innings, matching the longest game that's been played in the major leagues this year. Coming up next here on ESPN, stay tuned for Sports Center. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. For Oral Hershiser, Bobby Valentine, Wendy Nix, and Buster Olney, plus everyone in the truck, the whole crew, I'm Dan Schulman saying good night from Philadelphia. Sports Center coming up now.